All right, good evening, everyone. It is now 6:30 p.m., and I will call this meeting back to order. Earlier in this evening, we did have a closed session at 5:30 for council, and so we are now on the open session. So we are at item 3 on the agenda, and then now item 4, which is additions. Are there any additions from council this evening? Seeing none. Item 5 is the adoption of the agenda. That the agenda for the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, August 12, 2026 be adopted as presented. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any questions on the agenda? And all those in favor? That is carried. Item 6 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. Are there any items this evening? Seeing none at this time. If you do find yourself in that circumstance later on, please declare then. Item 7 is the adoption of the minutes. Are there any questions with regards to the July 8th, 2026 or the July 28th, 2026 minutes? Seeing none, the recommendation is that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, July 8th, 2026 be adopted as presented, and that the minutes of the special council meeting held on Tuesday, July 28th, 2026 be adopted as presented. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Meadows. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we're on item 8, which is presentations. We have 2 presentations this evening. So the first one is 8.1, presentation from Kartik Sally, planner, with regards to the staff report, PLA 2026, the partial withdrawal of the township's 2013 appeal of the County of Simcoe official plan. So I'll turn the floor over to Kartik.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Good evening, Mayor and members of council and members of public. Today I will be presenting staff report PLA 2026-015 regarding the partial withdrawal of the township's 2013 appeal of County of Simcoe official plan. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide a brief history of the appeal, explain how most of the original issues have been resolved, and outline why planning staff are recommending that council withdraw the majority of the appeal while continuing to address the remaining issues related to Tioga. Next slide, please. In 2008, the County of Simcoe adopted a new official plan. The official plan is county's long-term planning document that establishes growth-related policies, settlement area boundaries, and land use designation throughout the county, consistent with Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement 2005, Growth Plan for Greater Golden Horseshoe 2006. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing was responsible for reviewing and approving the county's new official plan. Next slide, please. By December 2009, the ministry had not yet made a decision on the county's official plan. As a result, the county appealed the lack of decision to Ontario Municipal Board, which is known as Ontario Land Tribunal. This appeal process ultimately became the forum where the township raised its own concerns regarding county planning policies and settlement area boundaries. Next slide, please. In 2013, the township was completing work on Everett Secondary Plan. At that time, council's vision for Everett included accommodating significant future growth through an expanded settlement area boundary. There was a concern that the county official plan, as drafted, would not support the proposed expansion and growth that the township was planning for Everett. Township and county staff were discussing possible solutions, but there was still uncertainty regarding how the county official plan would ultimately address Everett. Next slide, please. To ensure the township could formally participate in discussion regarding the county official plan, the township requested party status in the appeal process. Party status allowed the township to officially raise concern regarding the settlement area boundaries, growth management policies, and the future planning vision of Everett. The request was granted by Ontario Municipal Board in March 2013. Next slide, please. Later in 2013, Council adopted Official Plan Amendment Number 15, commonly known as Everett Secondary Plan. This amendment proposed expanding the Everett settlement area and established a planning framework for future development. However, the county could not approve the amendment as adopted because the proposal did not conform to the provincial growth management policies that were in place at that time. Next slide, please. In December 2016, Ontario Municipal Board approved the new County of Simcoe official plan. Most matters were resolved at that time. However, the township's concerns regarding settlement area boundaries and certain growth management policies remain outstanding. These issues were adjourned indefinitely, allowing the township and the county to continue discussions and work toward the future resolution. The proposed expansion of Everett was not recognized because it did not conform to the growth management framework that existed at that time. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the settlement area boundaries that remained under appeal. The boundary for the township settlement area, including Tioga, which was mapped in error, were identified as areas still subject to the township's appeal. At that stage, the exact boundaries and related planning issues had not yet been fully resolved. Next slide, please. In 2021, the county approved a significantly modified version of Official Plan Amendment Number 15, Everett Secondary Plan. The approval allowed planning policies for development within the existing Everett settlement area. However, it did not approve the settlement boundary expansion originally proposed by the township. As a result, growth within Everett could not continue to be planned, but within the existing settlement area limits. Next slide, please. Earlier this year, Council adopted a new township official plan. The new official plan recognizes the settlement areas of Colgan, Everett, Glencairn, Hockley, Lyle, Loretto, and Rosemont. Importantly, the boundaries shown in the new township official plan are the same settlement boundaries that currently exist in the county official plan. County planning staff have advised that the township's outstanding appeal must now be resolved before the county can approve the new township official plan. Next slide, please. Through the township's new official plan process, Council confirmed its support for the settlement area boundaries of all the 7 settlement areas. Any future proposal to expand Everett would need to proceed through a future Planning Act application and be evaluated under the planning policies that are in effect at that time. The one remaining matters related to Tioga. Tioga has never been recognized as settlement area in township's official plan, and through discussion with county staff, there is an agreement with Tioga should be removed as a settlement area from the county official plan. The remaining work involves updating the county official plan mapping and relating policy referencing and determining the appropriate rural and greenland designation for the lands. Next slide, please. In summary, planning staff are recommending the council authorize the partial withdrawal of the township's 2013 appeal of County of Simcoe official plan. The recommendation before council today would withdraw the portions of the appeal relating to the settlement area boundaries that have been resolved over time through changes to provincial policies, updates to county's planning policies, and council's adoption of the township's new official plan. The Tioga matter would remain under appeal at this time, while staff continue working with the county on the final mapping and policy updates required to fully resolve that issue. Today's recommendation is not related to any new development proposal, rather it is intended to resolve the outstanding appeal matters and support the county's review of the township's new official plan. Should council support the recommendation, staff and the township solicitor will proceed with the necessary steps to implement the partial withdrawal and continue working toward resolution of the remaining Tioga matter. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. That concludes my presentation. Greg Merrick, Manager of Planning Services, is joining us virtually and will be available to answer any questions Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sally, and good to have you here as well, Mr. Merrick. So if there are any questions from Council, I'd certainly entertain those at this time. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just with regards to the county planning staff stated the settlement area boundaries in both official plans need to be confirmed and consistent, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, that is correct.
Okay, so when will this process start to happen, or when is it happening?
So through you, your worship to Councillor Meadows, right now, the boundaries in the County of Simcoe official plan and the boundaries in the township's new official plan, they are consistent and in conformity. However, right now, there is this dashed border around the settlement area boundaries as shown on Schedule 5.1 land use designations to the county official plan, identifying that there is an outstanding appeal by the township. So through the recommendation, if council is to direct that the appeal be withdrawn, then our boundaries are identical. We have the boundaries identical in each plan, and then the county can move forward with its, well, county planning staff can move forward with its approval recommendation with respect to the new adopted official plan. We just need to resolve this appeal before they can move forward with their recommendation.
Supplement. Well, when there must be an OMB hearing that's going to take place, because only the OMB can make a decision on changing anything with regards to our official plan. So when is that going to take place?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, there is no OMB OLT hearing required. So we have an appeal by Township Council of the county's land use schedule. If the township decides to withdraw its appeal, then the appeal no longer exists. There is no necessary settlement required. There is no hearing required in order to withdraw an appeal. There's only a hearing required with respect to settling an appeal. And the settlement part of this process, and I do appreciate there's a lot of moving parts, the settlement portion to this process is with respect to Tioga. So we are agreeing, the county and the township, that Tioga will no longer be identified as a settlement in the county's official plan, as well as in the township's official plan. And we have to put forward a settlement because we need to remove the gray settlement area identification in the county's plan and come up with appropriate land use designations. So when we remove the gray that identifies Tioga as a settlement area, we have to decide, okay, well, if it's not going to be settlement area, what is it going to be? And what it is going to be is a combination of greenlands designation and rural designation. So that's the reason why we're kind of dealing with this in a phased approach. Because we don't know how long it's going to take for us to sort of work through the appropriate mapping for the Tioga area to be able to obtain a OLT settlement hearing date. That could be months away. It could even be into early next year. We just don't know. And in order to have a new official plan, a functioning official plan, a modern official plan, we need to approach it in this phased manner. So we will be coming back to council in the next couple months with a proposal for how we deal with Tioga. But step one is just the removal of the appeal for the settlement areas as they exist today.
Supplemental. How many houses are in Tioga? And I think there's a new development going in Tioga too, is there not? Like a new section of that's being built?
No new.
Right across the road from.
My apologies.
No.
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, Tioga is effectively effectively built out. You have the Pine Plains subdivision. You have the other estate residential subdivisions that are more in the south area of what is Tioga, estate residential lots in association with the Pine River. So there really is no additional development potential in Tioga other than the odd infill lot here and there, but there is no subdivision potential left in Tioga.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any further questions? Okay, that was one question that I had through to Mr. Merrick as well, was just with regards to was there any development proposals that were still on the books because that was a settlement area, but the answer is no, so thank you. No other questions? All right, thank you. So there is a recommendation that the presentation from Kartik Sally, planner, regarding staff report PLA 2026-015, partial withdrawal of the township's 2013 appeal to the County of Simcoe official plan be received. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. Next is a presentation 8.2 with regards to the Firesite Framework Agreement from Graham King. Graham, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Through you, your worship, to members of council and members of the public in attendance. This presentation accompanies the staff report, IND 2026-021, that will be brought forward in section 14.6 of tonight's agenda. It is in this regard, the proposed award of the Firesite Framework Agreement, or FFA, for the delivery of the township's grant-funded water and wastewater infrastructure projects. This presentation will review the principal elements of the FFA, including the grant-funded projects, funding structure, legal protections, financial safeguards, wastewater allocation approach, council's continuing allocation authority, and the possible next steps. I will begin. So this presentation is entitled The Firesite Framework Agreement. We talk about the different grant projects, the New Horizons wastewater treatment decommissioning, the New Everett wastewater treatment plant, and the water infrastructure improvements. This has been an ongoing process. We've entered into a number of different agreements with various parties. We've entered into our Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. That was back in January 14th, 2026, and the Health and Safety Water Stream in March 26th, 2026. We've entered into the Earthworks agreement with the developer back in January 14th, 2026. We confirmed our outlet location in May 22, 2026, and we entered into an agreement with the developer, Firesite, with the external works agreement back on July 8th. So this is the next in a series of agreements. So right now, this is under consideration for tonight. Note right up front, this is not the approval for any home building. There will be site servicing and subdivision agreement coming forth, but it's not included with this FFA. And we estimated, the developer estimated 2027 Q1 or Q2 to see those. Our grant projects. Our first one is the wastewater treatment plant. It's for the New Everett wastewater treatment plant, as we called it. That also includes an outfall infrastructure to Pine River, and it's also designed to accommodate future expansion. The next portion, the next component is the New Horizons wastewater treatment plant. It's going to, we are decommissioning the plant and constructing a pump station, force main, and gravity sewer system. The third part is underground. It's the Concession 6 reconstruction between Candy Road 5 to the Everett wastewater treatment plant. There's going to be water and wastewater infrastructure constructed along the length of the road and underneath the road. The road will be reinstated by the developer. We also have a water reservoir expansion, including the water main to the Everett wastewater treatment plant. So what we're going to do is expand that Everett water reservoir and will also, or the developer will construct a new municipal well, and there will be new transmission water mains, which will connect to the existing. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is an estimated project budget of $87,564,213. So right now it's being funded by basically two sources, and the first source being the province, and that's our two Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund and the Health and Safety Water Stream Fund, and that's for a total of $63,921,875, or approximately 73% of the project. The developer is also funding the project, and Farsight is going to be contributing $23,642,337, or approximately 27% of the project. And if there's any cost overruns or ineligible costs, then he'll be paying for those. And so I want to kind of emphasize this, that there's no capital funds required from the taxpayers or ratepayers for the grant projects. No capital funds. Okay. So the Farsight Framework Agreement, FFA, it establishes the grant project costs, developers' obligations, roles and responsibilities. It also establishes the township's obligations, roles and responsibilities. It identifies legal protections and the administrative processes. And we also have, the FFA also includes the reporting expectations and accountability and municipal oversight requirements. And it's also ensures that the developer is progressing and meeting performance expectations and protections. Thank you. So our legal protections in limiting financial exposure to the township. So the FFA implication section has been reviewed by our township's legal counsel. And to be prudent, the FFA has provisions that include general liability insurance, environmental coverage, professional liability insurance, and that the township is named as an additional insured. There's also clauses having to do with indemnification, clauses in the event of default, and then there's clauses that identify a route, a process for dispute resolution. Thank you. One of the important things I like to identify here and emphasize is the allocation of the wastewater capacity. So under the FFA, wastewater capacity is allocated in the following order. Existing Everett residents currently serviced by the New Horizons wastewater treatment plant, and then the Farsight development, and then there's equivalent capacity for existing unserviced Everett residents for council consideration in the future, which means there's some, you haven't been tied down to just servicing those residents, the unserviced residents. So you can use it around around the Everett area. And then finally, the development lands west of County Road 13, north and south of County Road 5. So that is how the allocation will be developed, or was developed, and that's the approach that I think is fair for everybody. And there's more details in the actual agreement, but this is generally it. So next slide, please. So council authority. The FFA does not override council authority. It does not commit future capital budgets for the grant projects. It does not replace municipal policies such as the procurement policy. It does not require the connection of existing unserviced residents to the wastewater treatment plant. And it does not approve or address the pre-servicing or subdivision agreement, as that will come to a future council meeting. Now, the possible next steps for this project. So if council approves the award for the FFA, the township will execute the developer-signed FFA. The developer will initiate the work plan, including submission of securities. The developer will implement the procurement plan and secure contractors, consultants, suppliers, and trades. The developer will move the fire site R&M project phase 1 pre-servicing agreement and/or subdivision agreement forward to council. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. King. I appreciate the presentation. The item is on the agenda, of course, under staff reports and then for consideration of council for a bylaw. So for the sake of time management, we're going to park any questions and comments to the presentation because we can deal with that within the staff report itself. So if council does have further questions, they can ask that during the staff report. So thank you very much, Graham. So there is a recommendation that the presentation from Graham King, Manager of Development and Engineering regarding Fireside Framework Agreement be received. Do I have a mover for that motion? I have Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. So we're on to item 9, which is deputations. 9.1 is a deputation from Christina Wiley and Terry Dimert with regards to a nuisance bylaw exemption, for 5174 Concession Road 4. So Christina, if you, all right. So the floor is all yours, and we do have some correspondence on the agenda already. So if you want to just recap that, we can look at making a decision.
Okay, I just want to introduce myself, hello, Mayor Anderson and council members, and to the public. My name is Terry Dimert. I am the mother of the bride. This is Christina Wiley, who is the mother of the groom and the property owner. We are here to ask for a temporary exemption of the nuisance bylaw 15-28 for the upcoming wedding ceremony and celebration of our kids. We're looking for 1 a.m. exemption. The property, again, is located at 5174 Concession Road 4, Everett. The wedding is on August 29th at 3:30. We do have a building permit approved. And we are willing to notify all our immediate neighbors of the event date and the end time prior to celebration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and congratulations to the bride and groom, of course, and I hope you have a wonderful party. So are there any questions to the deputants with regards to this item? Councillor Simpson, you have a question?
Congratulations. No questions. I want to thank you guys for coming to council because a lot of people don't do that and we never see that. So thank you, and I'm in support of this. Congratulations again.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And I believe Deputy Mayor Locke, you have a comment and potentially a motion to put on the floor?
I do, if nobody else has any comments or questions. And thank you very much for coming out. I do have a motion to put forward that we could take care of this tonight. If nobody else has any issues or questions, no. That the deputation from Christina Wiley and Terry Dietmer from 5174 Concession Road 4, Everett, regarding the request for exemption to bylaw 15-28 nuisance bylaw be received, and that the property municipally known as 5174 Concession Road 4, Everett, be granted exemption from bylaw 15-28 nuisance bylaw from 11 p.m. on Saturday, August 29th, 2026 to 1 a.m. on Sunday, August the 30th, 2026, for the purpose of amplified outdoor music for a wedding ceremony and reception. Second.
I've already got a seconder.
All right.
All right, so that's the motion, so let's move by yourself.
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Borzos. Are there further questions on the motion? And all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Have a good time.
Thank you.
All right.
So that takes us on to item 10, which is public meetings. We have two public meetings under the Planning Act this evening. So the first is with regards to 8292 and 838620 Side Road. So I now declare this portion of the council meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act to deal with a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, 8292 and 838620 Side Road, Adjala, at 6:59 p.m. Prior to receiving public comments, we will provide the applicant or their agent an opportunity for a brief presentation of the application. And I believe Mr. Kowal is in person, if you'd like to come up to the podium, and the floor is yours, and slide deck's up there for you whenever you'd like to begin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Tyler Kowal, planner with MHBC Planning, here on behalf of the Banderzags and their application for zoning bylaw amendment at 8292 and 8386 20th Side Road, as well as a parcel with the PIN number as noted on the cover slide there. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just for some brief context before I launch into the nature of the zoning bylaw amendment presented this evening. Last year in 2025, August 20th of 2025 specifically, there were two consent applications that Committee of Adjustment, the Township's Committee of Adjustment did approve. That's B01-2023 and B02-2023. Effectively, those consent applications, as you can see on the images on that slide, took the three existing parcels, which are shown on the uppermost image, and did a series of boundary adjustments, resulting in a reconfiguration of those three parcels, as shown in the bottom image. There were a few conditions that were placed on the conditional approval last August. Condition 6 specifically is one that requires a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to rezone the consolidated agricultural lands, which is that large resulting combined yellow parcel, to prohibit future residential uses. And just for some more background, what effectively was done, as you can see in those images, is the parcels, as I mentioned, were reconfigured, and what it left was two smaller, about just under 1 hectare building lots near the southwest corner fronting 20th Side Road. Southeast corner fronting 20th Side Road, the blue and green parcels. And the yellow parcel, as I mentioned, would be one large remaining agricultural parcel to remain agriculture. Next slide, please. So the image on the left on this slide provides a pretty clear picture aerial of the lands in question. So outlined in red on that image on the left is effectively, again, that combined parcel now as resulting from that approved consent. And again, the lands in red also happen to be the lands that are subject to this zoning bylaw amendment this evening. So you can see ghosted in the dashed lines on that left image are the current lot fabric, which again is conditionally approved to be reconfigured as the other slides showed. And those land holdings outlined in red are approximately 71.3 hectares in size of consolidated agricultural lands. The subject lands, as shown on the right, are predominantly zoned agricultural, or A zone, and that's demarcated with the white. And then there's a band of open space conservation, or the green area, that crosses the lands as well. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So for the zoning bylaw amendment, as I alluded to at the beginning of the presentation, the simple purpose of the amendment is to restrictively rezone the agricultural zone lands, which are, again, the majority of the parcel as outlined in that hatch pattern, to an agricultural exception zone. And again, that agricultural exception zone would simply prohibit future residential uses by way of prohibiting a single detached dwelling. All other provisions of the standard agricultural zone would continue to apply. And as you can see on the schedule, we aren't proposing any changes whatsoever to the open space conservation or OSC zone. The environmental lands will stay as they are. So next slide, please. So in summary, the zoning bylaw amendment application this evening that has been submitted was submitted in accordance with condition 6 of the conditionally approved consent for application B01-2023, which committee approved last year. Again, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application will restrictively rezone the consolidated agricultural lands to prohibit residential uses. All other provisions of the agricultural zone, as I mentioned, will continue to apply. Again, no changes to the open space conservation zone. Based on our planning review and as detailed in our planning justification brief that accompanied the submission, we do believe the application is consistent with the 2024 PPS, does conform to the County of Simcoe official plan as well as the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio's official plan, and does represent good planning in the public interest. And some of the main reasons for that is, again, it supports the prior conditionally approved consent at Committee of Adjustment, which had the effect of consolidating agricultural lands, and the rezoning addresses the condition. And it also supports the long-term protection of those agricultural lands by prohibiting residential on them in the future. So that does conclude my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any, I should read my script, I guess, here to go through this. Any person may attend the public meeting or make written or verbal representation either in support of or in opposition to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Please note all names and addresses will become part of the public record and will be included within minutes of council. Are there any persons in the audience that wish to provide comments in support or against the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? And if so, please please raise your hand, and once called upon, come to the podium and state your name and full mailing address. Are there any persons wishing to speak this evening on this item? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing?
Through to you, Your Worship, we did not receive any comments in writing.
Thank you. All right, and are there any questions from council to the applicant, the planner, or any other persons? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I just have one question for the planner. So just for clarification, 8386, the parcel 8386, page 7 of 42, page 59 of 633 of our agenda. That part, that's the parcel that's currently sterilized, is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. That's the parcel that's currently sterilized, yep.
And the other parcel is not?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. That's the only question I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, do you have a question?
Yeah, through the chair. I don't have the sheets in front of me, but we're consolidating the lots on the corner of the 5th and 20 Side Road, right? There were three lots there, or there were two, now they want to have 3 lots there to consolidate them and then reduce the 5-acre lot on the other property?
Through the mayor, if it would be possible to maybe pull up the presentation that I had, just the visual, that might make it clear. I can explain that, how that occurred.
Sure, we can do that, or if you want, just explain it, because I think we can
Sure.
grasp it.
Yeah, so as you can see on the presentation, the previously approved consent facilitated a boundary adjustment between 3 existing parcels, and that resulted in the smallest parcel, the one with the identified with a PIN number because it doesn't have a municipal address. That parcel was enlarged to encompass the entirety of the existing location of the blue parcel and a good portion of the location of the existing green parcel, and that naturally turned into the larger resulting agricultural parcel, and that would be the yellow parcel to the south. At the same time as that occurs, the boundary adjustments also shrunk the size of the existing blue and green parcels into those two similarly sized, approximately 0.8 hectare parcels, building lots in the southeast corner. Hope that clarifies.
Councillor O'Leary, that's clarifies that?
Through the chair, my concern is not so much the size or the areas of these lots that they're proposing. My concern is that at the corner of the 20th side road and the 5th line of Adjala, on either corners, we have a flooding problem in the spring of the year. And I don't want to have an issue down the road where we authorize a lot and then the first year the guy builds a house, he's got 3 feet of water in his basement. I just want to make sure that if they want these lots to be taken off, they're going to have to make sure that the ground is brought up to an elevation where we're not going to have a flooding problem. And that's my concern. You can go down there right now, and on the southeast corner, there's water laying there. So, I mean, that's just my concern with doing this. If their proposal includes bringing fill in to raise the grade, I'll vote yes. But if it doesn't, I'll vote no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Leary. So again, this is the public meeting, so the report would have to come back to council and we could get some further clarification on that. But Mr. Kaywall, if you'd like to answer that.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, thank you for the question. I do appreciate that on the concern over flooding. So there's a bit of history on this file, just very briefly. The consents were initially submitted back in 2023. What explains some of the delay from now until then is that, in fact, the applicants did prepare at the recommendation of the NVCA, the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, detailed floodplain mapping. That floodplain mapping was completed by Tatham and reviewed and accepted by the NVCA as part of the previously, again, conditionally approved consent application, which your Committee of Adjustment approved last year for the lot reconfiguration. As one of the other conditions that relates to that consent approval, which in addition to the rezoning tonight, it does require completion of the draft reference plan survey that outlines those parts of the plan. A requirement of that survey is that the existing, the proposed building envelopes and septic systems on those 2 building lots, that they be in compliance with the results of that floodplain assessment, meaning outside of the floodplain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions for council? Seeing none, are there any other questions to be asked this evening? And seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I now declare this public meeting closed at 7:13 p.m. There is a recommendation that staff report PLA 2026-012 dated August 12, 2026 regarding 8292 and 8386 20 Side Road, Adjala-Tosorontio, proposed zoning bylaw amendment be received, and that staff be directed to consider all public and agency input, as well as council comments, and a further planning analysis to be set out in a planning report and recommendation to be brought to council at a future date. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Meadows, seconded please. Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, the second Planning Act matter is with regards to 4503 and 4507 County Road 50. So I now declare this portion of the council meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act to deal with proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 4503 and 4507 County Road 50, Adjala-Tosorontio at 7:14 p.m. Prior to receiving public comments, we will provide the applicant or their agent an opportunity for a brief presentation of the application. And I believe Mr. Ray Booty-Warman is here. And the floor is all yours, and thank you.
There you go. Can everyone hear me now? Apologies for any technical difficulties there. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for pronouncing my last name right. It's hard for most people. It's not that very common. Thank you, members of the public, members of council, for being in attendance tonight. My name is Ray Booty-Warman. I'm an intermediate planner with Innovative Planning Solutions. Here with me as well, I have Cameron Sellers, a partner at our firm, and we are here to represent our client for the 4503-4507 County Road 50 in regards to a application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Our intent here today is to listen to any comments or provide any clarification from the public or from council. Next slide, please. Here denoted on the screen, you'll see a parcel outlined in red. There are 2 parcels of note. The total land holdings are 36 hectares. Parcel 1, 5.8 hectares in area, contains related farm and commercial uses, which include a agricultural sales business, and as well storage of landscape materials and sales of those materials, and as well as agricultural storage. Those uses are permitted as of right now through the zoning bylaw. Parcel 2, the remaining portions of the lands, as you can see denoted in the shaded brown, are agricultural lands. They are used for those purposes and as well have a residence located on the north boundary there. Next slide, please. Zooming out a bit, we have the proposed lands. They are our neighbors to the south there. We are currently noting to the north, we are at the park and municipal township lands. And as well, there's an existing residential community just north of that. And on our south boundary, there's a wooded lot just abutting us. And of course, surrounding predominantly in the east, west, and even further north and south are agricultural lands. Next slide, please. Under the township official plans, located on the left side, denoted in the red is our parcel right there. We are designated as agricultural. And on the right is the zoning bylaw. We have a few zones on there. I'll try and go through this quickly. We have the general industrial with special provisions. We have the agricultural and the open space conservation lands. It's important to note as well, the M1-2 or the general industrial with special provisions relates to that parcel 1 with those uses. Next slide, please. Next comes into our slide here. I apologize for any confusion that this slide may have caused. This is only a portion of the lot, not the entire lot itself. We are not developing the entire lot, just that parcel 1. I will show a clearer photo later in my presentation, and I will try and do this as clearly as possible. On the left side, we have the existing building, which includes the agricultural sales, equipment sales building, as well as some agricultural storage and parking. There, to the right, there are 3 proposed buildings. Centrally located is a proposed building for the landscape materials and sales. To the rightmost, the applicant would like to construct a farmers market building, and the building located on the topmost portion is an agricultural storage building. Next slide, please. That brings us to why we're here today. To permit that development, we require an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. The official plan amendment would seek to permit the existing uses as they are now. The zoning bylaw was approved prior to the official plan. Therefore, we simply seek to get the agricultural area to an agricultural special policy area to permit those uses on that area then with a little bit of extra as well for the proposed development. The zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone from general industrial with special provisions and agricultural to general industrial with special provisions and agricultural with special provisions to allow for certain uses. For example, this might get a bit confusing, but in the general industrial, they don't allow for a farmer's market to be located on that, but the official plan does. Therefore, we seek to legalize that use or permit that use on those lands. Meanwhile, there is a portion of the lands, if you go to the next slide, denoted in the orange, in which the proposed agricultural storage building will be there, and we simply seek to just allow for the permitted uses to occur on those as they will be a future application, which leads to this slide here. for a lot boundary adjustment and as well as site plan application for those buildings to be constructed. Next slide, please. To provide the policy context, the application support the viability for the existing and the proposed growth of the businesses that are occurring on those lands. They establish the planning framework ahead of any future planning applications, meaning that this is just the first step in the process for this application. We have conducted technical studies in accordance with this submission, and they have indicated for and accommodated for unacceptable impacts subject to certain mitigation measures that will be undertaken, and as well maintains the primary agricultural use, the broader property, and the area. Next slide, please. In conclusion, that brings me to my last slide here. It's our opinion that the proposed applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement. They conform to the County of Simcoe and township official plans as they maintain the primary agricultural function while supporting the compatible and rural agricultural economic activity, as well as establishes the appropriate land use and zoning framework in advance of future applications. I thank you everyone for taking the time. Sorry, go to the next slide. Here today. We welcome any questions and comments from council, from the public, anyone really. And if any questions were to come up later, we have our email on the screen there. Feel free to reach out to us there. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So any person may attend the public meeting and/or make written or verbal representation either in support of or in opposition to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Please note all names and addresses will become part of the public record and will be included within the minutes of council. Are there any persons in the audience who wish to speak, to provide comment in support of or against the proposed official plan or zoning bylaw amendment? And if so, please raise your hand. Once called upon, please state your full name and address, mailing address for the record prior to proceeding with your comments. Are there any persons wishing to speak? Yes, sir. If you'd like to come to the podium, please.
My name is Terry Lynch. We're on lot 28, just behind the Ronan property that's subject for this change. I don't have a problem with the actual change, what they do over there, but I do have a problem with the flood zone. In the spring of the year or just after a heavy rain or whatever, there's a lot of water that sits on their property, and we have some water that actually floods back onto our property. And we are chicken farmers or whatever, we don't want them to direct any more water than what we've already got in the spring, because when you've got water, you've got ducks and geese, and we're chicken farmers or whatever, and ducks and geese carry avian influenza, and that's our concern. I don't really care what they do as far as their landscaping business or whatever, but I do have a concern about them, if they're doing stuff, they direct some more water over to us in those periods of time. So that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to address that?
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Those are duly noted. And as mentioned before, this is just the first portion of the process. Site plan application will go through detailed design, and we'll be sure to ensure that the flows there do not impede onto other lands.
Thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak? Yes, sir. Jamie, I'll need you to come up to the podium, please.
Jamie Lundy, 7759 30 Side Road. I agree 100% with what Terry's saying there. Could we pull that map up and see what their long-term plan is?
You're looking at the site plan? You're looking at the site plan item?
Yeah, so you got one. Can you show me those parcels and what your full intentions are there?
That's slide 5.
Okay, so can you break down so is that all one deed right now there?
Yeah.
Come on up.
Through your worship, would it be all right if I go to the screen to point it out for everybody as well?
It won't be on the mic, so perhaps your partner would like to point that out while you speak?
Thank you so much. So I'm going to start on the left here, where Mr. Sellers is pointing right now. That's the existing building for the agricultural equipment sales. And as well, there's a building located just left of that for additional storage, and there's parking located. There's no change proposed on that area. The building located centrally, right here, is a proposed one-story building with a sales portion and as well the material storage of the landscape business.
Okay.
All right? further to the right, there is a proposed farmer's market that's going to be going in and market sales area for the broader agricultural parcel to support our applicant. And as well, to the north there is a proposed agricultural storage building for the broader agricultural area and as well to assist with any agricultural equipment storage. There's also some servicing improvements that are geared to the topmost portion there. And as well as there's a leaching bed to ensure that for septic and all that stuff. Yes.
Okay, so it's all staying on that lot that's currently there, which is basically a yard that's there right now.
Yeah, if we could go two
So we're not
slides.
going to infringe on any of the current agricultural lands.
No, if we could go to 2 slides from now, I believe. Yes. So you see the blue and orange portions on the screen here?
Yeah.
Those are the only lands that will be affected. Everything else will remain the same.
And currently, that's all a yard right now, like none of that's being farmed to
No.
orange, is that correct?
No, so there's an existing septic bed that's located on the orange as well, that's separate from parcel 1. So the future lot boundary adjustment would seek to put the services on the same lot as well, and then as well, there's portions there that can be that's proposed for the agricultural storage building.
Yeah, my only concern is the flooding, that's all.
Got you. We duly note that, and we'll make sure to address that within site plan condition as well. There's improvements that are proposed.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much for your comments.
Okay, thank you. And just note the map is actually facing north, so the direction that we were pointing with those buildings was actually to the east, just to clarify. Are there any other persons in the audience wishing to speak on this item tonight? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing?
Thank you, Your Worship. We did not receive any comments in writing.
Thank you. And then to council, are there any comments from council to the applicant? And I've seen several hands, so I'll start to my right. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to actually Debbie. I just want to make sure that obviously we're tracking for site plan controls for any sort of future development application to ensure no water is going to the Lynch or I don't know if it goes to the Lundy property as well. And for the planner. Just want to reiterate that, right?
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Deputy Mayor Laux.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just want a little more explanation of this, the print that you were just, you had your colleague pointing at. So this agricultural building, that would be, I would say, furthest east. And what is the purpose of that if there actually is no agricultural land there in this parcel?
Sorry, the furthest east portion?
Yeah. The
farmers-
last building, behind the 2 front buildings fronting Highway 50, you have the proposed
Farmers
agricultural storage building.
Oh, the one located furthest east.
Furthest east.
Yes.
So what is it like, there's no agricultural land here, so it's...
That is to support the broader parcel 2 and as well as to support the agricultural equipment sales. So some storage of agricultural equipment will be in there. And as well, parcel 2, the remaining will be farmed, meaning that there will be agricultural storage there as well. So
everything east of this is still part of...
Yes. Oh, so everything east...
Ideally owned by this same...
Yes, they are both commonly owned by our client.
Okay, it's just confusing, that point. And the other supplementary also is like, I don't know, I see about 50 parking spaces, so I'm trying to understand why you need 50 or however many there are there. It seems like
161.
Okay, it
It's,
seems to be a load of parking there for ideally for a landscape company and a farmer's market. I'm just trying to... Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know the zoning bylaw much better than I do. It is a requirement under the zoning bylaw to support those businesses as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That was going to be one of my questions because I thought you might ask for a reduction of that, but if you're not, then we're good with it. Councillor Cox, a follow-up on your side.
Yeah, further to the flooding aspect, is there any potential to have like a stormwater management pond put towards closer towards Highway 50 to ensure the water's not going back to the other properties?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Cox, thank you for your comment. As of right now, that is where the swim pond is currently proposed in that rear portion. The issue with putting it closer to the front, closer to County 50. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to provide any misinformation here, but we can take that back certainly and provide some more information. However, from my understanding, based off of our consultant's work, it's due to where the flows and the grading is of the lot. So the flows and the grading will go into that leaching bed and into that wet pond to ensure that it doesn't go elsewhere.
Okay. Councillor O'Leary, I saw your hand.
Yeah, through the chair. I have a question with regards to entrance for these new farm, I don't know, landscaping corporations and agricultural supplies and what have you. Have you, as a planner, consulted the Department of Highways with regards to turning lanes coming off of Highway 50 onto 30th Side Road? Because you would have to turn left or right, depending on which way you're going down 50 to get onto 30 Side Road, right? Now, have you consulted with the Department of Highways or the county as with regards to road improvements, first of all, because those are just standard roads. They're not secondary roads, so you're only going to be able to use them temporarily because we have a half-load season on, and also additional turn lanes to prohibit accidents at the intersection. And the third part of my question is, you realize this is only single-phase hydro, and you're talking commercial operations. Have you proposed any improvements to the hydro situation to increase the amount of electricity, like so they can run 600 volt instead of 220?
Okay, if you'd like to address first about traffic and then second about hydro.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor O'Leary. Thank you so much for your comments. In regards to the traffic, a traffic impact brief has been prepared with this application as well. And part of the application process is that we will be receiving comments from the approval authority in terms of traffic and any issues there. So we will be consulting with them and dealing with those comments accordingly there. In regards to the second question regarding hydro improvements, I believe that was right, Council, through you, Your Worship,
yes.
Councillor? Yes. At this time, in terms of power and those power and increasing wattage, that was an item that can be dealt with within site plan application. That's when we'll be able to do the routing of the power and understand what is the situation there. At this time, these buildings are conceptual, subject to the OPA and ZBA approval. And with doing so, that's when we would be able to look into those factors.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to...
Supplement?
Yeah, sorry, do you have Councillor O'Leary?
Yeah, supplement to that. I think that, you can't put the cart before the horse, because you have residents on those existing properties adjacent that require a specific amount of hydro. So, I mean, if you're gonna do upgrades, you need to know what you're gonna do. Like, we don't want something that's gonna be like not up to standard, or yes, it fixes your problem, but it creates a problem for somebody down the line. That's part of my concern. And there was a third issue or fourth issue, and that was the lights. of the commercial properties going on to the houses and the residents across the road. I don't know if that's still an issue, but I'm just putting it out there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Leary. We'll get those questions answered at the report stage. Councillor Meadows, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a few. I had the same problem with Mr. Lynch with regards to the water and the flooding. Now, mine's a little different. On your site plan, can you tell me where the oil storage tanks are? Because it is a floodplain area, and there's oil tanks that will be stored on that property, I assume, because they're doing a lot of maintenance and that, and changing oil and hydraulic oil, and there should be some sort of septic system or a safeguard system for oil seeping if there's a flood or whatever. So can you tell me any safeguards that are put in place for that? And where is the rain runoff going? Because you're going to have like tarmac or whatever. It's not going to be seeping into the ground. It's going to be running off into the ditching system. And I do believe there's a municipal drain down that way, is there not? On that property?
Yeah, there's Lynch drain.
The Lynch drain, yeah. So I'm worried about the oil getting into the Lynch drain and contaminating downstream.
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, thank you for your question and your concerns here. In regards to your the last bit there, this will be an easy one to go through. The land will not be tarmacked over; it's going to be fully gravel, so the water will be able to leach through and go through and infiltrate.
But you got you got handicap parking spots there. Like, I'm just wondering, like, is it going to be like most of the places over there have that crushed asphalt, and that's pulverized and then put down and packed down, which is equivalent to runoff. So it just concerns me that, even down the road, it shows as lined parking spots in there. So that's what's on the plan. So I'm just concerned.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Meadows. At this time, it was considered to be gravel. I duly note your comments about the accessible parking. Furthermore, that item is one that's dealt with at site plan stage. This is purely just to get the zoning and the OP in place. So we will take that into consideration, and we'll ensure that our plans represent a good foot forward there. Mm-hmm. In regards to your first question about the oil and the seeping bed, I'm going to take that back as of right now and provide you that information. From what my understanding is of the site as it is existing currently, it abides by any rules and regulations to ensure that there's no spill that occurs onto the Lynch drain or to adjacent properties. I believe that is all located, if you remember the site plan, located on the west where the existing building is.
Yep.
I can't tell you the exact location at this time. I'll take that back and I'll provide that information to to staff who will provide it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to also note my concern with regard to the road safety aspect. I think it might be important to have an additional turning lane to support road safety on that stretch. I'm generally in support of applications that enhance commercial activity along major corridors in our municipality. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from council? Deputy Mayor Laux?
Thank you, through the chair. So on the south end, with the entrance that's there right now, where all the trailers are parked, I'm assuming that entrance is what's shown here at the south end, and that's going to remain. You're not going to change the entrance. Ideally it's already there, so that's where it will exist if this goes to fruition.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Laux. Correct. As of right now, that is what's contemplated. Subject to staff comments or agency comments, if they would like to move it. If there's a more efficient access, we'd be happy to provide safe access and ensure that there's safe movement all around.
Right. So existing will have their driveway, and the southern existing one will be the entrance to the new development.
Yes, but they will not be, through you, your worship, to Councillor Locke's, they will not be separated, i.e. through like a landscape or anything there. They'll be integrated. So there's just two entrances to the entire lot now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple questions, and again, mind you, these are site plan questions, but I want to put them out to staff so that they're aware of them as well. But I would like staff to have discussions with the county, if possible, just to see about the entrance and any improvements that could be necessary for that area. Because a farmer's market, we've seen that on Airport Road, for example, with farmers markets and things like that. Sometimes people aren't watching, so safety is most paramount. I just wanted to also acknowledge with the fire cistern there, just the location for the fire chief to take a look at. Thinking that if one of the buildings was actually on fire, that we wouldn't actually be able to use that water source. So just addressing that through site plan as well. And then the last item I just had with regards to the zoning's fine by me. The question is timelines. These are all, of course, proposed buildings. Is there a time frame or a timeline as to which projects would take place first? And is this an eminent project in the short term or over the long term?
To you, your worship, I'm going to respond to a couple of your comments there. In regards to the water cistern, there is a water storage tank that's located under the central building, which is the larger landscape material building, in which there is a dry hydrant as well located centrally that will be able to access all of the buildings on site. As well, in your comments about the long-term or short-term, at this time I can't really speak to that as it's subject to the OPA and ZBA approval. Then after that, subject to the future planning applications as well. Once that goes, it's intended that this won't be a phased approach, but at this time that is that's what is contemplated. It could change at any moment.
Okay. And then just based on comments earlier on my last question with regards to, you mentioned the proposed boundary line adjustment, we're not looking at any additional boundary line into agricultural lands. Am I correct in that?
At this time, to you, your worship, at this time, the lot boundary adjustment that was proposed in that orange portion, if you can all remember, again, sorry for all the graphics being so confusing, that is the only area that is going to be within that agricultural area. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows, I did see your hand again if you had another question.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, how many people do you think this is going to support job-wise, this kind of an organization that you're trying to put forward, or a business?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Meadows, at this time, I'm not too sure on those numbers. I can calculate them, crunch them. I'll do my best.
Oh, okay.
And I will provide that information to staff.
Yeah, because I too support any new business coming into the township as long as it meets the requirements of the township. I wish them all the luck. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any final comments from anyone? All right, seeing none, thank you. So I now declare this public meeting to be closed at 7:42 p.m. And the recommendation is that staff report PLA 2026-013 dated August 12, 2026 regarding 4503 and 4507 County Road 50 Adjala-Tosorontio proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments be received, and that staff be directed to consider all public and agency input as well as council comments and a further planning analysis to be set out in a planning report and recommendation to be brought to council at a future date. A mover for this recommendation, Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. That takes us to item 11, which is public comment. Members of the public may request their comments to be read by the clerk or present their comments orally. Only public comments related to an item on the agenda listed as staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws will be read. Members of the public wishing to submit public comments can do so in writing to our clerk no later than 12 noon on the day of the meeting. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to provide their comments? And if so, please raise your hand and once called upon, proceed to the podium. Are there any persons wishing to speak? Amanda, yes.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council, and members of the public, and anybody else I missed. Just want to reiterate the July 8th, 2026 Council Agenda 14.2, which is the staff report, external works agreement of the portion of Concession Road 6. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I am Amanda Reiber, 45 Decker Street in Everett. I apologize for that. So again, external works agreement of a portion of Concession Road 6 in the introduction of the Far Site Framework Agreement for the construction of the planned Everett Wastewater Treatment Facility. And the appurtenances, this report was approved in a recorded vote with all in favor except Councillor Meadows and Councillor Borsos. The staff report on page 3 of 48 on the agenda under scope of grant project, it states the new wastewater treatment plant is intended to accommodate servicing for and subject to planning approvals. Existing population contribution to the New Horizon plant, the Far Site development, existing unserviced residents within the existing settlement boundaries, and the possible West Everett development and future development pending available funding. So my questions pertaining to that are as follows. Why is the staff report indicating accommodation of the existing unserviced lots in Everett? Were the existing unserviced residents in Everett ever consulted, and when was that meeting held? What will be the cost to each home to connect to the new wastewater treatment plant? And if this council has no intention of forcing residents to connect, then why does that infrastructure have to be built?
Okay.
So I know that was a lot. I'll go
So
back.
again, we're not answering questions on this public comment. It's only for public comment. So if you have your questions, you can list your questions off, and then we will address them either through our discussions this evening, or staff will reach out to you and
Nope,
answer.
fair
those.
enough. So another question I have is, what is the cost going to be to the Decker and Lidge residents upon the decommissioning of the New Horizons wastewater treatment facility? And I'm under the impression from the conversations I've had and research I've done that the fees are going to be going to the developer itself once that plant is decommissioned. And what are those rates going to be to the residents? So number 2, why would the West Everett development, when the West development property owners have not even submitted an application and their lands are not zoned for development in the township zoning bylaw and township official plan that was just approved by this council? Is this council pushing for development of both Farsight and West Everett that will bring around 20,000 plus people to the community? Sorry. Oh, I saw your hand. I apologize. Okay. The Farsight agreement before council refers to the township procurement policy and states that the projects will be outside of the standard procurement policy. Why is the township procurement policy not being not being followed for transparency and accountability? What is the urgency of this agreement to be approved at today's council meeting just 2 months before an election? Is it not better to wait to approve this after the elections, as this is a major project that will affect the entirety of the township, especially when this council just approved the Farsight agreement with a 4-year extension, and that may or may not likely be granted in the future to a 7-year agreement? How many extensions has already been given for this development? The West development will require a new environmental study to accommodate the outfall in the Pine River. If a new environmental study is required, why is the council also not doing a new master servicing plan? That is all that I have for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other persons wishing to provide comment this evening? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Nicholas Coy, 28 Magnolia in Colgan. I have two things. First off, as a founding member of Friends of Adjala-Tosorontio, I wanted to thank council and staff for approving the grant for us to hold our kite festival this year. Those funds go a long way in ensuring that we can have a really good program and ensure that these continue to be free events for everybody. And I look forward to creating this kite festival again this year. We have a tentative date booked for October 3rd at Warden's Park, and we're going to do a kite fest and harvest festival, celebrating some of the fall time importance of this community and make it a more wholesome event. Secondly, and I may have jumped the gun here on the agenda items, but I wanted to express some commentary and concern on the parks that are going to be built in Colgan. May I, with your permission, Worship, pass a one-page document to council to follow along? Sure, that's fine. My comments are mainly related to safety and congestion with the placement of the parking lot in Colgan 1. First, students are at risk with more traffic flow, and cars wait a long time for buses to unload and offload. So just adjacent to where the new proposed parking lot is where the major bus pickup and drop-off area is at the intersection of Magnolia and Alderwood. There are 3 or 4 schools that service that area, and there's upwards of 8 to 10 buses a day that traverse through that area, dropping off upwards of 80 students. Secondly, parents park alongside Magnolia and Alderwood and Ironwood to drop off and pick up their kids, creating really poor visibility and congestion in that area, oftentimes allowing only one car to pass at any time. I would suggest that a parking lot off of Magnolia further compounds that congestion problem. Really bad visibility, kids running across the road, not to mention parents trying to safely unload and load their kids into a car in a parking lot. I would also have concern that that parking lot becomes used for daily drop-offs and pickups, and now you have a lot of people turning into a parking lot and out of a parking lot without actually servicing the park. As a third point, and this is less concerning, but still worthy of calling out, where the new proposed parking lot entrance is, there's already a lamppost and a mailbox in that location, and it feels redundant against the budget now to have to remove the electrical and move the mailbox at significant cost when those funds can be spent against amenities for the park. So the original proposal actually lined itself up very nicely to be a 4-way intersection where there can be a 4-way stop, so you can actually enter and exit that parking lot with ease and safety, as well as the parking lot entrance on the original proposal facing the south side faces an open road on Twin Leaf rather than facing somebody's house right across the street. So it just, in my mind, the original proposal just made a whole lot more sense, especially navigating the traffic through that very tight, very busy intersection. There are kids running across that intersection twice a day, and it can get like very scary if there's cars trying to get into a parking lot. So that would be my comments. I will pass these over to the clerk at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Appreciate
You can
that.
pass them right now if you like, just so that we have them, and hopefully it's not too long of a meeting, but they don't want to keep you if
Yeah,
if
fair
you're
enough.
planning to stay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak? Yes. And Tom, you took those notes down for that. Thank you.
Thank you to your worship and council. My name is Amanda Gervasi. Address is 8687 Side Road. So just a couple of questions with regards to the FFA. So the first one I'm looking at is that the staff report says that the developer must provide securities to protect the township if they default. Can staff confirm the form and value of those securities and whether they will be fully in place before the provincial funding is drawn down? The second one I'm looking at is the provincial funding agreement requires that the majority of construction be underway by September 30th, with completion by March 2029. So if either of these deadlines slip, is Township at risk of repaying any or forfeiting any of those grants? And has the province indicated any sort of flexibility in writing with regards to that? With regards to oversight and capacity costs, the FFA leaves the township oversight role to staff review, inspection, and outside consultants retained as needed. What is the oversight expected to cost, and is it eligible cost under the grant, and is staff confident we have the capacity to properly supervise an $87.5 million project developed by the developer, or delivered by the developer, I apologize. Also, with regards to future operating costs, the report is clear that the FFA does not approve future operating, maintenance, or life cycle costs for the new Everett plant. So as staff projected what those annual costs will be once it's commissioned, and will they be recovered through user rates or general tax levy? With regards to the Colgan Park, and just talking about grant contingency and procurement transparency. If the federal Building Communities Strong Fund application is unsuccessful, which provision items would be deferred, and does the spring 2027 completion date still hold? Given the township's portion is being tendered through tribute rather than a standard municipal procurement, how will tender results and invoice verifications be reported back to council and to the public? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for those questions. Are there any other persons wishing to speak this evening? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, did we receive anything in writing this afternoon?
Through to you, Your Worship, we did not receive any written public comments this evening.
Thank you. All right, so that takes us to item 12, which is upcoming events and announcements. I do have a few here to acknowledge as well this evening. So first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge that earlier today at 10 a.m. we had Minister Joe Dunlop attend the Adjala-Tosorontio for a special announcement of round 4 funding for the Emergency Preparedness Grant Program. Adjala-Tosorontio was successful in round 3 for $50,000, and we've used that equipment to well use so far. And Minister Dunlop in the province was quite pleased to see that that equipment has been bought and has been in use. Maybe not so much that it's been used for firefighting in grass fires, but certainly that it's helped achieve the response that we needed. I just wanted to express my thanks to Minister Dunlop for attending Adjala-Tosorontio and for her help in securing that grant funding for us, and to the fire department and for everyone who involved in today's announcement that put that together. So my appreciation to everyone involved in that. The second item I have is with regards to the outdoor movie night. This Friday, August the 14th, we are going to hold our first outdoor movie night by the gazebo, and it's starting at 8:30 p.m. and the movie is a Minecraft movie. So we invite everyone to come out for that evening. The third item is the grand opening of the new pickleball courts on Decker Street and in Haley Park. Again, Decker Street in Everett, Haley Park in Loretto. The grand opening for the Decker Street will be happening on Tuesday, August 25th at 10 a.m. Council and staff will be there, and we hope you're able to join us for an official ribbon cutting as we celebrate this important investment in recreation and community wellness and outdoor active living in Adjala-Tosorontio. And the fourth item I have is just a reminder and as additional notice. The Court of Revision for the Elizabeth Street and Concession Road 7 drainage works will be held here in council chambers on August the 26th at 9 a.m. Landowners assessed through that process may appeal in writing to the clerk by August the 16th. And those are the items I have. Are there any other items from council? Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just like, we're not going to have another meeting before school starts, so just be aware of, as the concerns were brought up earlier, everybody to adjust. They should already have their driving habits adjusted, but schools will be populated, kids getting on and off, so let's keep our community safe. That's a really important message.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Okay. And for those going to AMO, I am not going to AMO anymore, but for those going to AMO, best of luck, and I hope you enjoy the conferences. Okay, so that takes us to item 13. Chris, you didn't have an administrative update today. Okay, so thank you. So item 13 is the consent agenda. Are there any items of consent that council wishes to be pulled? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was just wondering if we can consolidate 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4 to bring up and talk about. They're all kind of related with the MVCA, and
Yes, we can. We can pass those in a separate resolution of consent after, if you'd like to discuss.
Yep.
Okay. Are there any other items to be pulled? Okay. So the recommendation would be items 13.1, 13,
no, 32, 13.3, and 13.4.
13.1, 13.5, 13.6, be adopted as presented, and that staff be authorized to take all necessary actions. And then I'll come back to those other items.
Okay.
Under correspondence. So those are the three items we'd pass at this time. Mover for that recommendation, Deputy Mayor Locke, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Any questions with regards to those three items? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so that takes us on to 14, staff reports. Staff report 14.1, so staff report fire 2026-03, the award of the vehicle exhaust removal system contract. Fire chief or deputy chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. I bring forward staff report fire 2026-003, award of vehicle exhaust removal system contract. So this report concerns the procurement and installation of vehicle exhaust removal systems for fire stations 1 and 2. The benefits and indeed the necessity of this project are driven by several applicable standards and regulations outlined in this report before you. The system will help protect firefighters from exposures to known carcinogens present in vehicle exhaust emissions and other combustion byproducts that can accumulate within fire stations. The tender was issued through a publicly advertised request for tender in accordance with the town procurement policies and procedures. This project was approved as part of the 2026 capital budget. The successful proponent submitted a bid that was below the approved budget, and reference checks confirmed the firm's experience and ability to successfully deliver similar projects. Accordingly, staff recommends awarding the contract to the successful bidder as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question through to Deputy Chief, just regarding the purchase of this equipment and whether or not that equipment could be relocated to another fire hall if we decided in our wisdom to build one tomorrow, whether or not that would be able to be moved so we wouldn't have to purchase that equipment again.
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. To you, Your Worship, yes, the equipment, it was actually part of the one of the requirements when we went for tender, that we can move the equipment. And basically what we will do is in the design of future Station 1, we will include in the planning phase the power requirements and venting requirements for the equipment to be moved there.
Thank you. Are there other questions from council on this item? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm all for this. I know how important it is, especially with the carcinogens that are out there now and the additives in the new gas that's come out in a lot of the vehicles. Why has it taken us so long to get this type of equipment in for our firefighters?
Through you, Your Worship, to you, Councillor Meadows. I can only speak for the period of time I have been here. This is something that is driven by health and safety, obviously. I do believe this was brought to council before and possibly due to cost of the equipment. I believe this is something that was moved to 2026. Maybe I can defer to the chief to confirm.
Yeah, through the chair. I believe that this was brought forward previously. I've been here for 1 year, and we put forward this as one of the highest priorities for the firefighters.
Yeah, I've sat here, I think this has come before council before, and there was something that was passed a long time ago with regards to ventilation into the fire departments. And it was passed, so I'm just wondering why it hasn't gone through. I was just curious because it is very important for health and safety, and I fully support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Meadows. I believe, if I recall correctly, it was also inclusive of the public works buildings. So there's actually 4 buildings going to have that technology, and it came in over budget. So that's why I believe it did not proceed. So, other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, the recommendation is that staff report fire 2026-003 dated August 12, 2026 regarding award of vehicle exhaust removal system contract be received, and that council approve the award of tender 2026-06T for vehicle exhaust removal system to Air Technology Solutions Canada Incorporated in the amount of $98,910.72, including applicable taxes. Mover for that recommendation, Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? And that is carried. Item 14.2 is staff report PLA 2026-014. It's a decision report for 7759 30th Side Road. Does council wish for an explanation on this item? Okay. The recommendation is that the planning report 2026-014 dated August 12, 2026 regarding 7759 30 Side Road, Adjala-Tosorontio decision report zoning bylaw amendment be received, and that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone a portion of the subject lands legally described as Adjala Concession 6, Part Lot 30, Registered Plan 51R 32111, Part 1, and Registered Plan 51R 36399, Part 2, from the rural residential zone to rural residential exception 12 zone to permit a detached accessory dwelling unit and establish site-specific zoning provisions associated with the proposed development and consider the necessary bylaw. Mover for that, Councillor Simpson. Seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. Before I move on to the next item, Chief, it was Brentwood Road that was the issue this evening, and Angus, which is why we had a lot of traffic through our municipality. 14.3, staff report PLA 2026-13, partial withdrawal of the township's 2013 appeal to the County of Simcoe official plan. We did receive a presentation on this evening. Were there any further questions or clarifications? Mr. Tang is here as well if there are any legal questions with regards to the dropping of the appeal. Seeing none, all right. Bear with me, it's a bit of a motion. That staff report PLA 2026-015 dated August 12, 2026 regarding partial withdrawal of the township's 2013 appeal of the County of Simcoe official plan be received, and that the Township Council withdraw its 2013 appeal of the County of Simcoe official plan for the settlement area boundary mapping and growth management policy issues identified in the Ontario Municipal Board decision for case number PL 091167 dated December 29, 2016. With the exception of the mapping and identification of the Tioga as a settlement area from both Schedule 5.1 land use designations and Table 5.1 recognized settlement areas to the county official plan based on the information and planning opinion provided by township planning staff in staff report PLA 2026-015. And that the township solicitor advise the Ontario Land Tribunal and the County of Simcoe of Township Council's request for a partial withdrawal of its appeal as described in staff report PLA 2026-015, and that it requests that the outstanding township issue regarding the Tioga settlement area mapping in reference table in 5.1 to the County of Simcoe official plan remain adjourned sine die, and that the County of Simcoe be advised that the township is requesting that its May 13, 2026 adopted new official plan be approved with a non-decision relating to the land area shown adopted Schedule A3 land use plan and Schedule C3 natural heritage system that corresponds to the land area currently mapped as the Tioga settlement area on Schedule 5.1 land use designations to the County of Simcoe official plan, due to the unresolved township appeal of the county official plan. and that township planning staff continue to work with the county to resolve the outstanding appeal of the County of Simcoe official plan and to report back to council with an update on the resolution of the outstanding appeal matter and to receive direction in that regard. A mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Any questions? And all those in favor? And that is carried. 14.4 is staff report CLK 2026, Council Chamber Camera Technology recommendation. I'll go to Ms. Reed and you can introduce, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to refer this over to Marty Hutt, our IT technician, as he is the one that prepared the report and has the technical background for council this evening. Thank you.
Through Your Worship, this report is before council as a result of compatibility issues identified following implementation of the council chamber audio and video broadcast improvements and EOC relocation project approved in 2025. During implementation and testing, staff identified significant operational deficiencies that were subsequently traced to previously unknown compatibility limitations involving the reused camera equipment incorporated into the approved design proposed by the integrator RICO. Despite extensive efforts to resolve the issues, the integrator determined that replacement of the reused camera equipment is required. In response, staff worked with the integrator to develop the proposed remediation project and negotiated credits and discounts exceeding $40,000. Staff are recommending this option to achieve the original project objectives and provide a reliable, supportable audiovisual system for council meetings and other township business moving forward. Through this report, staff are seeking council's direction on whether to proceed with the recommended remediation project or continue operating the system in its current state. I'd be pleased to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Through to Mr. Hutt, just a quick question. The RICO has confirmed that that would solve the problem and we wouldn't be spending more money in the future to rectify that?
Through to Your Worship, correct. This is the final remediation project.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from council with regards to this item? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I find it unfortunate that we spent all this money on this wonderful council chamber and it's still not working properly. This should have been caught in the beginning as far as I'm concerned. Anybody doing a project or whatever in of this magnitude. I'm not blaming you, Marty, but I'm just saying, like, when they came in to do their quote, they should have known what they were doing. I just find it right now, the taxpayers being, I mean, we just put what, how much, $120,000 into the council chambers with new furniture and everything? Is that about right?
I believe it's listed in the report. I don't have it in front of me, so. Mr. Hutt?
As of this moment, the cost of the equipment in the project, less the furniture,
no, I'm talking about the whole thing. Is
$94,000 for the equipment, for which we've paid nothing at this point. And the furniture is around less than $20,000.
Yeah,
so we've put $20,000.
It's almost $120,000 in this council chamber. And I just can't see spending any more money of taxpayer dollars putting another camera just so we don't see things backwards. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think it's a viable option right at this particular time for the residents to pay out of pocket that kind of money. Anyways, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Borzos?
Thank you. Through the chair. To Marty, we went to RICO when they developed this system because they are the subject matter experts, right?
Correct.
They are the ones who do the cameras best, and they do 360-degree cam systems and all kinds of good stuff. So I find it hard to believe they were not able to identify these deficiencies at the planning stage of this entire project, as opposed to installing it and a year later, or however it has been, like 6 months later, coming to us, or we going to them and telling them, hey, it doesn't work, it's backwards, we can't control the cameras, we can't control the speakers, and so on. Is there any kind of warranty on their product and workmanship or installation?
Well, in terms, through your worship to Councillor Borzos, in terms of warranty, certainly we have not accepted this project at this time. We entered into an agreement for work with expected outcomes that were not achieved. RICO has made considerable concessions in terms of crediting a good portion of professional services, their labor, to put this equipment in, essentially resulting in almost a zero labor cost for the work done in this room. So in terms of warranty, we look at things like, yes, there's warranties on equipment, but warranties on the subject matter experts, the expectation that their design does what it proposes to do is a tough situation that we find ourselves in, that staff are dealing with and working diligently to find a final proper solution at an expense that's fiscally responsible.
And I thank you. Supplement to that, I thank you for that explanation. I accept it. However, I think the only reasonable answer from RICO to the township could be or should be is that we will rectify the problem because what we did doesn't work for you guys. That's not what you asked for. Yet we have a contractual agreement, which maybe we haven't paid yet, but at some point we will have to pay at the end of the day. And so then we will end up paying, if I read this right, $58,000 more than what we originally were quoted for. So, I mean, yes, they may give us some consensus here and then this and that, but at the end of the day, you could have ordered these cameras from Amazon. We didn't need them. No, okay, I'm going a little low on the quality on that one, but what I guess my point is, if it wasn't for their experience in system integration and in project management for a scale of this, then we wouldn't necessarily need them. We could have gone with a local vendor, or we could have gone with lesser equipment and still get similar type of results. So therefore, me personally, I would not accept their explanation to say that, oh, well, we designed this and we were not entirely sure that you're going to like it or not, but now you don't like it, so now you have to pay more to get what you wanted. Because you told them, you had a scope of work relate to them, you told them, or the township told them what exactly we want, how we want it, and their job was to deliver that, and that's what they contractually agreed to. So for that reason, I respectfully ask that through you and the rest of staff or senior staff to push RICO as far as we can, because it's not right for us to pay even a single penny after all this. When they quoted us, they delivered something that doesn't work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Simpson and then Councillor Cox.
Thank you, through the chair. As a former sound and AV guy at my church, I want to note on the record that I'm disappointed with that we need to spend additional monies to make this work properly. You know, I can live with the picture being the other way, the mirrored way. I mean, I think we can all live with it, but I also understand staff's perspective and concerns. And I think we've all seen as well in council where we've had to delay meetings, we've had to wait because the system isn't able to do what it's supposed to do. And that's very concerning for me because realistically, RICO, being subject matter experts in this case, should have known that their product or what they were proposing wasn't going to work for us. And it should have been addressed at the early stages. And I'm disappointed that they were not able to do that. That said, I think we need to have a system that works, that when council comes together to have a meeting, that we're able to do it and that technical glitches don't delay those meetings. And I think it's important for residents as well that they're able to hear from council when we say we're going to be meeting, and that we're not waiting for the technology to work so that we can start those meetings. So I am disappointed, and I hope that we're able to get additional monies, reductions, so that we're not spending an additional $60,000. And I know we've had this conversation, Marty, so I hope that, additional efficiencies can be found, and a good deal for the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, this isn't really to staff, but if part of RICO's proposal was reusing the cameras, they're essentially not able to meet their contractual obligations from award, and we're not rendering the goods and services received. That was the main reason why their bid came in low. We could have went with another one, but like RICO is not a small company. I just think that send it back. Say we don't want it. Do a whole new tender, because to me, they said they could reuse the cameras. They can't. Well, okay. Send it back. Go to the next bidder. That's how I operate contractually. That's what I'd be doing. There's no need to spend more money when somebody put their bid in. That negates the actual competitiveness of a solicitation. You're going to come back afterwards and say, oh, well, actually, we need to have 50,000 more. No matter how much you reduced, doesn't matter. You said you could reuse them. As soon as you say they won't work, that negates the competitiveness. I would say cancel the whole thing, send it back, good services not received, go to the next bidder, do the whole system in its entirety, or rerun a solicitation. Those would be my advice to council and staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? So there is a recommendation that I will read and see if I can get a mover and seconder. That staff report CLK 2026-12 regarding council chamber camera technology remediation be received, and that council authorize staff to enter into a new agreement with RICO for replacement camera equipment compatible with the installed council chamber audio-visual system, and that council approve additional funding in the amount of $58,071.08 to be funded from the working fund reserve to complete the previously approved capital project C 2025-01 council chamber audio and video broadcast improvements in EOC relocation and meet the requirements and acceptance criteria. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson. Do I have a seconder for that recommendation? Councillor Cox. Any other items for consideration? Deputy Mayor Lux.
So as for the comments that were through the chair, we're just giving out, can we give direction in any way to, as opposed to just cutting the cord right here, to see if we can somehow negotiate a better deal, as opposed to either a strict yes or no? Obviously, yeah, we do need the system to work correctly, and like some people said, it doesn't look great that the Adjala-Tosorontio is backwards, but that's a minor part of it. The major part of it, as Councillor Simpson said, is if it doesn't work correctly and people can't hear us, or the audio is not happening today, but you can sit there and lip read, is kind of not the greatest situation, obviously. So can we put an amendment, or can we put a direction to staff to try to get a better deal, or try to do something before we cut the cord on this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It was my thought process that council heard, or that staff heard loud and clear, to negotiate what they can when we pass this recommendation. I don't think we need to do a formal recommendation on part of the amendment. I think they've heard that loud and clear, that we would like to see some additional concessions from RICO.
Supplemental. So can we put a up limit on something like this? Whereas if they came back and said, you know what, we can pull this off for 20 grand, RICO will suck up to the extra $30,000-$40,000, and then we could maybe say, you know what, okay, we can go forward with that. I don't know if council would be acceptance of that or not.
Well, I think the understanding is that we're upsetting a limit of $58,000, and we expect that staff would try to negotiate down. that's, we either do the job or we don't do the job, and if they can't do the job, I'm not sure if it's wise that they come back to council and ask for a second time that they need to do the project. Like, we either approve it and move on, or we defer it tonight and ask staff to go back and come back a second time. But I think the concern would be is if we're just going to delay it for the sake of more information, we're not going to get more information. This is what they've come back with. If staff can do a bit more due diligence in this matter and find additional dollars or concessions of something else, maybe they would do something more in the EOC or something for us. But just looking at options, I don't think we need to set a formal direction tonight on a resolution. So it's got several hands here now. So Councillor O'Leary.
This is just I'm on the same thought program as our deputy mayor, but my thing is, it was tendered. Rico was the cheapest. So why can't we go back and check the tenders and look at what the second, the runner-up, what his cost was, and ask them to honor their quote? So if the difference between the two was 20 or 25,000, say to Rico, either, honor this, give us the credit, or, we'll go to somebody else. We'll rip it all out. Anyways, that's just.
All right, thank you, Councillor O'Leary. A question through to staff. As part of the project, there was discussion of keeping the cameras, and was that suggestion from us or from Rico? Because I want to make sure that we're not blaming somebody. If we had the intention of keeping those cameras and incorporating them with our technology, did Rico have an obligation to replace those? Because that was not part of the scope of work. So I'm just looking for clarification from either Marty or from Robin. Just looking to clarification as to what we actually asked Rico to provide.
Through your worship, we did not provide direction to any of the vendors in terms of reusing any of the equipment. A list of equipment, a schedule of equipment, the existing system detailed was provided within documents provided by staff. And this was the only proposal that came back, reusing, with that in the design, the reuse of equipment, and obviously resulted in a much lower overall cost. It should be noted that competing quotes are within the range of what the cost is going to be if recommended or accepted by council to move forward with this project. The combined cost is actually still going to be less than the competing projects. And the $58,000 amount, hearing your feedback, is certainly there's a percentage in there that is for contingency, and we staff expect this to come in significantly lower than $58,000.
Okay. So again, it's the question is recognizing there is a dollar value to this, but does council wish to proceed is the question really at the table tonight. Do we wish to proceed with correcting this issue or not correcting this issue? And again, recognizing there is a cost to it, but I think that's the question that's being asked tonight. So I have the motion on the floor. If there's no further comments, I'm prepared to. Councillor
I'm in favor of proceeding. Honestly, I think this should solve the issue, but I think we should let Rico know that council is not pleased with how this has gone. And there needs to be an understanding that in the future, we don't allow for these kind of tenders to go forward without some sort of contingency that if systems don't work, then we do want to make it clear in our agreements that funding can be returned.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Borzos?
Through the chair, just maybe a quick comment or suggestion perhaps. I note the $12,500 contingency in there, which is 18% of the cost. So could we possibly pass this, but with an amended amount, and basically take that $12,500 off the top and just leave it at $45K or so, and just basically tell Rico, this is what you get, this is what we expect you to do the job for, and that's it, no ifs and buts. I mean, I understand contingency is there for a reason, but I mean, in this case, I think we need to make sure that we also benefit from this to some degree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So okay, Deputy Mayor Laux.
Through the chair, I'd totally accept the fact if you drop the 12.5.
All right, we're dropping 8,000, we're calling it an even $50,000. Are you happy?
Close.
Perfect, all right. So we're amending that, it's a friendly amendment from $8,071 to $50,000 even, to be funded from the Working Fund Reserve. That's upset limit.
Upset.
Ms. Reed, Mr. Hutt, you're okay with, you guys will do your magic.
Through your worship to council, absolutely. We've had extensive conversations with RICO, and we definitely will share the outcomes of this meeting with them and impress upon them the importance of getting this project delivered under that budget.
Thank you. All right, so all those in favor? And that is carried. $14.5 is staff report ID 2026-20, the Colgan Development Parks project. I'll turn it over to Mr. Darlow.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship to Council, this report highlights the plan to develop the Colgan 1 and Colgan 2 parks, including the layout and major infrastructure. The major infrastructure includes playgrounds, splash pad, sports area, walking trails, parking, and an open play area in both parks. The report aims to award the project for tendering and construction this calendar year. The funding for this project is planned to be utilizing both developer funding as a requirement there for the subdivision, as well as the DCs that have been collected from the developer, specifically in Colgan, to develop the Colgan parks. Further to the introduction, there was a couple questions in the public portion of the meeting, and I just figured I can answer those right quickly here before we go to further council questions. So the one question was regarding the federal grant that we've applied to and what provisional parts we would remove if we did not receive the grant. So the report was actually written and the funding is actually presented to council with the provisional items already removed. So what we're asking for award right now is the project, assuming that the grant is unsuccessful. If we were successful with the grant, we would add in those provisional items. Those provisional items specifically are some feature signs indicating Colgan Park 1 or some sort of name therefore. As well as other modular equipment, for example, benches, garbage cans, that kind of stuff. The township already has a lot of this type of material in stock, so we would utilize our own resources sometime in the future to add those modular pieces of equipment. The second major question that came forward was regarding tender and invoice oversight. So staff have had a significant conversation with the developer regarding the tender process, and we will be fully involved within the tender process. So we will be seeing and being part of the tender award, ensuring that the best value for the township is received. As for invoice oversight, once we actually start invoicing for the project, township staff, again, will be working with the developer. For each invoice, will have to indicate what type of work was completed, and then we would be actually going out confirming any of that work that was completed prior to payment. If for some reason in this situation it's not anticipated with the complexity of the project, but if for some reason there was a requirement for additional oversight, we do have a consultant on retainer for that particular development that we could engage to further review any requirements regarding the invoicing. But again, for this type of project, it's not anticipated that would be required, but if for some reason something got too complicated, then we can certainly utilize those resources. Other than that, I welcome any questions from council and the mayor to discuss this project further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darlow. And I just also wanted to echo the comment that we received with regards to the driveway entrance, and I think that's something that you take back with Tribute to discuss. I think it's a minor change if that was the case, but just look at the lot location and see if that works any better. I just also wanted to acknowledge that council spent a lot of dollars on Parks and Recreation this year, or this term of council. We've spent a lot of priority setting on Parks and Recreation. And kind of with that in mind, as noted in the staff report, I had actually approached Tribute Developments to see if they would add a value added to the project. So they came back with the splash pad. So we're looking at a contribution from Tribute above and beyond of what was required of them under any such agreement. So they came back with that item, and I'm pleased to see that they would build that splash pad and the rest of the parkland amenities for us. From my understanding through discussions with staff and of course the staff report, Tribute Communities is eager to get the project moving and started and completed as soon as possible, and that very well could be tomorrow. They're really anxious to get going on this, so I welcome the report. I know we've had a lot of discussions over the 2 terms of council as to what we were looking at for park equipment and park amenities, and I think this is a very good investment. What is it, $1.7 million in park equipment and amenities in servicing within 2 parks and Tribute Communities. So a very welcome sign, and I appreciate the investment from Tribute and from council. Were there other questions or comments? Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to say, residents in Colgan, I've had a chance to speak to them, and they're very pleased with the project and how it's that it's proceeding. A lot of them had reached out to me about timelines and everything like that. So I'm really happy that we're able to provide that timeline to our residents there. I had a couple of thoughts, and one was with regard to the junior and the senior playground. During DC discussions and during our Parks Master Plan discussions, one of the things that I had wanted to see in our parks generally throughout our municipality is a rubberized playing surface. Just want to confirm that that is what we're going to be doing for these parks as well. And perhaps in discussions with the developer, maybe it can be reiterated that those are the surfaces that we want to see in these parks. I would appreciate if we can get that in those parks. I also want to raise the concern raised by the resident who spoke earlier with regard to the parking. I believe in their earlier iterations of the park and in the sales pitches that Tribute had done, that they had identified the parking lot to be in the south side. So I think it's appropriate for that to go forward in that location in this iteration as well. So if you could take that back to the developer as well. The additional thing I wanted to note is in both Colgan 1 and Colgan 2, we don't see any sun shelters being added in at this time. And I know that that was one of the provisions that we had specifically added in our DC bylaw, that our parks in Adjala-Tos would have that service. And I know we have set aside around $200,000 for those shelters. So I would like to see those shelters being added in this plan. I think there's going to be significant cost savings if we do it now as part of this project, as opposed to doing it as a standalone project in the future. So if we can get any of those cost benefits now, I think that would be appropriate. So I would like to see that, and I would like to introduce an amendment to include that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Were there other comments and questions? Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just like to thank the member of the public that came up and identified these concerns. You know, for us being on council, it's hard for us to know the daily daily flow of traffic and the concerns. So I greatly appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and I second what Councillor Simpson has stated with the original location, if there's any way we can include that in there for the entrance. And I also agree, potentially sunshades may be cheaper now to get as a whole project rather than doing a standalone. So.
Thank you. Councillor Borzos.
Thank you, through the chair, and Councillor Cox took some of the wind out of my sail, but I just wanted to, agree with Councillor Simpson regarding the sunshades, I think, and I'm being a little selfish here, hoping that if we get some in Colgan, we might get some for Everett sooner or later. So, yes, I would like to support his, and second his motion. Change, if possible.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I just had one comment because I know I looked at the DC bylaw and the sun shelters weren't indicated for any particular area of the township. They were just generally saying throughout the township, $200,000. But the concern that I would have is what we would want to utilize for sun shade at parks. And again, the cost value of, I'm not sure what that's going to come back with, and I know Tribute's eager to tender these projects and get this work, so I'm not entirely sure what engineering or design, so I'll go to Tom to kind of ask that question as to those. But I also just want to kind of reiterate what I said a couple meetings ago we started this term being very financially prudent. I believe we still are, but we're talking about a $1.7 million project. 832,000 being funded directly from the township. Our DC fund for Parks and Rec is at, just over $1 million, and with the committed projects of the pump track, 2 pickleball courts, and the playground equipment puts us over $1.1 million. So it has the effect of almost depleting our entire DC Parks Reserve. And for a project. And so I just wanted to reiterate that Tribute had contributed $670,000 to our DC fund. So there's $386,000 in that DC fund that was not Tribute related. It was Everett related, it was Lyle related, it was Rosemount related. So I would like to keep some dollars available that we could do some of these projects in other parts of the community, in the years moving forward. So just a caution there that I had made 2 meetings ago with regards to the pump track. We overextend ourselves and then we borrow money from other reserves to pay for parks. And then we're not going to get those DCs probably for the next 2 to 3, 4 years. So those dollars aren't going to be there. But I just wanted to go to Tom, Mr. Darlow, just to see if he had any comments, because I know you've been working on the file with Tribute, whether or not there would be any issues with adding more to the project or changing the scope of the project.
Thank you, Your Worship. Regarding the addition, I guess let's do with the parking. I'll certainly go back to to Tribute there, and we can review the options for relocating the parking lot itself. I'm not entirely sure. I came into it a little bit late on the exact decision on why it was put in the current location, but we'll investigate and make sure that we pick the most appropriate location. As for the sunshades themselves, the 2 parks that are proposed right now don't actually have any existing facility type infrastructure that are going on them. They're largely landscaping, playgrounds, some water, a little bit of electrical equipment, trailways, and that sort of thing. And the design for the 2 parks is now largely complete, and some of it is already in the process of being tendered, and some of it obviously waiting for council decision there for the township component of that project. So if we were to add in a sunshade type idea and have that developed as part of the capital project that's currently happening, we would have to go back to the Tribute designer, get that designed, and then modify the tender, and then go out and add that modified document for open competition. I don't know exact timelines for that, but as I'm sure we're all aware, going through tendering process, getting a design completed and getting that tender completed would take a little bit of time. I would suggest if we were to add in a component of that significance to the existing project, it's not likely, the construction wouldn't be starting until next year if we decided to add that component and have that project wait for that component to be added. If it's the desire of council to add the sunshades, in order to continue the project as negotiated with Tribute there, I would suggest we continue with the project as is with minor modifications, and then we could certainly consider those sunshades as part of the future capital budget. But that said, it's obviously a council decision, so if we want to add that in, then we can certainly go back to Tribute. I just want to caution that there could be some timeline considerations that could affect the start of the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I have Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Simpson, then Councillor Cox, and then Councillor Meadows.
Thank you through the chair. I'm pretty pleased with the plan that's on the table right now, and I understand where you're coming from. I also don't want to deplete our DCs down to nothing. We do have a change of guard coming in the near future, and I wasn't very impressed with what we got to start with when our reserves when we started back when we did this term, and I wouldn't want to leave the next council without money in there to do different things in different places in all of the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to note here that this report is coming forward partially because there is funding available from a federal government to the tune of $370,000. And it is anticipated that the municipality will be successful as part of that application. So our municipal portion, which is about $660,000, is not as high as is being projected. We've also built in a 25% contingency into this funding. The builder is paying about $880,000. Now, in any good subdivision agreement, you would have these provisions being included within those subdivision agreements. The parks would have at least a rudimentary idea of what would be part of those agreements, what the developer would build. In the subdivision agreement that this municipality got into, it's before my time. I am disappointed. We did not capture many things that we could have captured. At this stage, we've got all these residents who have moved in, and I don't know if any of you have gone through this subdivision or not, but this is one of those areas that people are out on a regular basis. There's always people on the streets. There are people, I have heard from residents who are concerned that they don't have a place to sit that doesn't have sun beating down on them. I think it's entirely appropriate that we capture this at this stage because we will save a lot of money by doing it now when it's just an open field than to go back and try and build up the infrastructure at a later date. That is why I'm proposing this, because it is the right time. This saves the municipality money in the long run. And as much as we're anticipating $831,000 for township costs, keep in mind, 25% of that is a contingency. The municipal cost is $660,000. And out of that, the municipal portion, we also have potential federal funding, which will be potentially approved shortly, to the tune of $370,000. So, when you look at plans and you look at what we should be doing for our residents, we need to capture that and do it right the first time. Not make mistakes, not get into subdivision agreements that don't capture all the things that our residents need. Because if we don't capture it at the early stages, we are going to be in this situation where we're like, hey, where are we going to get this money? How are we going to make basic amenities for our residents? Because they are basic. A sunshade is not a luxury. We are at a time where the climate is changing. We need to make sure that our parks throughout the municipality have these amenities. They are requested. People are asking for them. In many of our parks, we don't even have enough trees. And that's unfortunate because, kids don't want to go to our parks because they don't have those amenities. And I think it's important that we build them as we build these parks, we build it with the amenities that are needed to make them usable. I ask you all anybody who's questioning that, if you would reconsider, I would appreciate that. And I think the residents would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Tom, as part of the design, the seating, are they like picnic tables that are being put in there? Like, would it be, the reason I'm asking is that like in Lyle, we have the picnic tables that just have like an umbrella on top. Like, could we start small as like that? I don't think that'd be too much of a cost implication to have a picnic table with a, permanent umbrella. They're like metal umbrellas, right? Rather than just an open picnic table, which would still give.
Yeah.
Would it cost that? Like,
Well, I think to that point, those could be some of the provisional items that are added later. Again, if we are successful for a grant from the federal government, then we have additional dollars to spend.
Yeah.
If we don't get the grant, then we're left with what we have. And what we have is, like I said, won't be enough to fund other parts of improvements in the rest of the community if we're focusing on this one area. But Tom, I'm not sure if you had any comments with regards to just covered picnic tables.
Your Worship, I'm just looking through the actual list. The seating area itself would be benches, picnic tables, that sort of thing. There wasn't any specific discussion regarding having umbrellas on them, but there certainly could be. But Your Worship, you're absolutely correct. A lot of those modular type of pieces of equipment were considered provisional because we can add those at any time. We're trying to make sure that we kept the cost below what the Colgan development specifically had put towards development charges for those particular parks. So that's why we looked at reducing those. But we could certainly add those at any time after the project is complete with some sort of, I wouldn't say it would be an umbrella specific to one we'd have in our backyard. It'd be a little bit more rigid than that, but that certainly could be considered.
Okay. Councillor Borzos, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Meadows, I know you had your hand up. Did you want to speak to any more?
Yeah, I'll speak, but you call.
No, that's fine.
Councillor Barzos.
I'll go to you. That's fine.
Okay.
Just wanted to
No,
see.
thank you, Your Worship. I feel like we're beating a dead dog here. This should have all been done prior to the signing of the subdivision agreement. I totally agree with you, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't sign it, because a lot of this stuff wasn't done prior to the subdivision agreement coming forward. I agree with you. These people that live in that area of Colgan are, number one, paying the highest taxes in the community. They're also paying the highest water rates in the community. I don't understand why they have to suffer by not having proper parks in the area or underfunded parks in the area. It all should have been done prior to the subdivision agreement. And another...
Continue, Councillor Meadows.
Thank you. I get upset when I see this because it should have all been done prior to this agreement. And I totally respect the fact that we have residents here that are bringing this forward to us. And I would have loved to have seen our parks being implemented with public involvement, so that we know what the public wants in the parks. Not what we want, not what council thinks is right, but what the people want. And again, we're not doing it. The people need this stuff. We're building communities. We're not building, like a bunch of houses for people to come to. We're building communities, and we got to start looking at this. Like, this park is underfunded. One ball court for how many people? 750 people? It's not right. When we're looking at communities, we should be building them. When we're looking at development, we should be building development for the community. And I don't know why we even are having this discussion, because the benches should have sunshades. It just doesn't make sense why we're arguing over petty little stuff like this. Anyways, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Was there any further comments? Okay, so there is a recommendation that I'll put on the floor, the staff report I&D 2026-020 dated August 12, 2026 regarding Colgan Development Parks projects be received, and that council approves the development of Colgan Park 1 and Park 2 as outlined in this report, and that council establish a capital project for the Colgan 1 and 2 Parks project for a total of $831,170 to fund the township portion of the parks developments, with funding coming from the Parks DC Reserve Fund and Parkland Reserve Fund. And that council approved the direct award of the capital project for the Colgan Park 1 and Park 2 to tribute communities for the development of the parks. Is there a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Cox. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Laux.
I'd like to put an amendment on the floor.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Borzos, I did see your hand if you'd like to speak.
Through the chair, I was just going to.
He wants to second my motion.
I would like him to say what he wants to do rather than somebody else superimposing on him.
Taken aback a little bit by Councillor Meadows' comment about Colgan residents paying more for water than anybody else, which I don't believe is the case. I think we all pay the same amount of money, regardless where we are in the township.
I actually pay more because I own a commercial building, thank you. But yes.
Well, I'm talking
I hear your point.
I'm talking about residential consumers, so commercial, sorry about your luck, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So that's one, and the other thing is I don't necessarily think that paying the most property tax is a ticket to get preferential treatment. I think it's simply the size and the evaluation of the home. So I had some concerns with that part of the comment. With respect to the rest of this whole discussion, I think we need to not just focus on the Colgan parks, but all the other parks in the communities, much like the mayor stated. And I was not aware of the financial implication as it was mentioned by the mayor regarding the DC reserves and whatnot. However, I still in support of getting some shelters done for what we can, for the amount that we have available, squeeze as much as we can. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson, you had an amendment?
I did. I wanted to add in wording that the project scope be expanded to include the addition of 2 DC background study project 2.1.13 sun shelters at the Colgan Park 1 and Colgan Park 2 in the amount of $200,000 funded from Parks DC Reserve Fund. And just for reference, this was specifically added in to ensure that all our parks in Adjala-Tosorontio have these amenities. These are not, when we look at DC funding and we ask for changes, this is what I was talking about. These are the things that we need throughout our township for our residents. And if we fail to address our DC studies appropriately, and if we fail to make decisions at the appropriate times, we are going to run into issues relating to funding for basic amenities in our municipality. And I think that's unfortunate because, at the end of the day, these are our kids that are going to be playing in these parks, and, asking for them to have a place that they can sit out of the sun isn't crazy. Those are basic amenities. We need those. Our kids need them. In all parks. But right now, this is what's on the agenda.
So okay. Well, it's not on the agenda yet. I need a seconder.
I'll second it.
You want a second, or do you want?
I wanted to offer a friendly amendment to the amendment, if there's such thing, and instead of 2 of these structures, perhaps we can go and do 1 for now, and maybe park the other one until next year or when the provincial fund comes in.
No.
All right.
Councillor Borzos, there's 2 parks being built. And the other thing is, there is federal funding available.
Okay, that's Councillor Simpson, that's enough. Councillor Meadows, you're second that? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So comments on the amendment first, and I'm going to take privilege here at the moment. Again, referencing our DC bylaw, sun shelters, 2 parks, $200,000. That's a general idea of what we're doing. A sun shelter could be a tree. It could be fabric over posts. It could be a gazebo. I don't even know what we're looking at here. Allocating $200,000 to 2 parks, which is already going to benefit from $1.7 million or $1.7 million in costs. And I don't even know what we're building. So the idea would be that let's have staff come back with some ideas for a capital budget project to what can we fund for sun shelters in the amount of $200,000. Potentially that could be 4 or 5 parks. The DCs recommend a contribution of $200,000 for sun shelters. Doesn't say where, doesn't say Colgan, doesn't say Lyle, doesn't say Loretto, doesn't say Everett, it says 2 parks. So I want to be understanding with council here that we've allocated that in our new DC bylaw to be funded at a certain time. And the timing was 2026 to 2035.
It's 2026.
So we have time. So I can't support the amendment. Tribute came back with a very good design schematic. Mr. Darlow has explained that we could add features to parks at any time later in the process. And adding pieces to a project, no offense to Councillor Cox, but the same thing happened with the pump track. We add a project and then find out 6 months later it's over budget. So I would rather have information come to council that's been vetted, that's been designed, and understanding what we are actually putting into parkland. Because my interpretation of the sun shelter could be completely different than what Councillor Simpson's proposing. Because in my opinion, a sun shelter for $100,000 for a park is going to include wood and steel. It's a big project. Has to be designed, has to be tendered, and it has to fit within the project. And I think we're a bit too far along in that process to do it. So anyways, that said, like I said, I made my comments earlier with regards to the funding of the reserve funds and where we need to spend money. I believe we need to take a holistic approach to this municipality, that we have to fund park improvements within every hamlet of our community. And there are DC funded projects that do that. And if we deplete the reserves, we can't do that in the future. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, you know, I see both sides. And I do agree on both ends, but once again, it is a valid point if we don't really know what we're getting 100%, right? And I do think even with provincial funding coming in, and the park's going to take some time to construct anyways, that, you know, we do have that time. They're going to be done next year. Yeah, but even if they're done within a year, you still have that time. That's a whole other budget, right? So these are modular things that we could actually understand what we're getting, and potentially we could get more in more parks. And because just to throw an arbitrary number, like, and I understand they need, I get it. The sun, trust me, look, I burn easily, all right? I go chasing clouds, not the sun, right? Yeah. So I get the sun shelters, but I think we should see what's built. And I also think that once it's built, you'll have, you know, better placement locations. And like I say, we got time. You got to hold their budget. The provincial funding might come in. We won't fully deplete reserves. So on that, you know, as much as I want to, I think we should wait. I don't want to get too anxious with these type of projects without knowing the full scope. You know, that's my only concern, but I would totally support it in the future. I just want to see where it goes for now. Respectfully. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Laux?
Yeah. Thank you through the chair. Same sentiment right there, because, and no offense, Councillor Simpson, 200 grand, what are you getting? Like, I don't know what we're getting. And to me, that sounds like a huge amount of money for sunshades. I truly don't know. Like, you rallied off a number of $200,000 towards these 2 parks. What are we getting? Do we have some sort of an idea that I'm getting a sunshade at each park that 20 people can sit under? Or is it a sunshade that 10 people can sit under? Or maybe 50 or whatever. Like, I don't know what we're getting as to his point. If you want an amendment on there to add, to look into what we can get for this, I have no problem with that. And then when it comes back and they say, well, we can do this, this, and this, and it's going to cost us $48,000. Sold. I know it's not gonna be that cheap, but I don't know what we're getting for $200,000 either. That's my only problem with your suggestion, is like, what are we getting for this money? We had a hard time worrying about $58,000 for a camera, and now we're throwing around $200,000 like it's nothing. So that's my only concern. Thank you.
Any other comments from Councillor Borzos or Councillor Meadows before I go to Councillor Simpson? Okay, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Through the chair. And Councillor Cox, Deputy Mayor Locks, I respect what you're both saying. I will note, when that number, the 200,000, was put in here, it's not an arbitrary amount, okay? That number is directly from our DC background study. And when that number is put in here, please note that in the DC background study, the DC background study identified that the costing was 100,000. In reality, because this project is being done by the developer, it would be considerably less. And so when we're talking about this, a sun shelter.
What does it look like?
How many
does it hold?
That's,
I'm sorry, this is ridiculous.
so you can ask staff, and I'm sure our staff are more than capable. Perhaps Mr. Kalamutu, if you could say what a typical sun shelter is for members of council who may not understand what that is. I know it's captured in the DC background study. It's, in my mind, it's got a pillar, 4 pillars, it's got a roof, and it allows people to stay in the shade.
So that's a gazebo.
It's a gazebo.
Mr. Kalamutu, would you like to explain what a sun shelter is to the members of council, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as noted through many members of council, a shade structure can be many things. And so obviously with that, it depends on what it could be. What we usually do with respect to DCs is take a look at what other municipalities have, large sun structures, and then sort of have an estimate of what it would be within the range, as the mayor said, from the 2006 to the 2030s. So it depends on really what is needed. What I can tell you, maybe from a previous conversation at council just now, a few minutes ago, with respect to the umbrellas, because I have purchased those. So about 6 years ago, each of those umbrellas were approximately $7,000 for the picnic tables. The reason for those estimated costs is because those structures, whether it be the shade structure or whether it be an umbrella, must be more durable than the regular. Think about it as an industrial type of structure or an industrial type of umbrella. And that's why it has to take a look at the high winds. It has to last through the UV. It has to have, as the kids play on it, it has to have that you can scrub off any graffiti, as an example. Those aren't things that you normally think about when you buy your own outside umbrella. So as we move forward with developing the parks, we have to ensure that it is very durable, that it is, for lack of a better word, an industrial type of asset, so that it will last and it will be good for the residents, and ensure that our operations and maintenance will be as low as possible, because we do not want to spend operating dollars if we can help it. So to have that understanding, we do sometimes spend a little bit more on the capital to save the much more on the operating throughout the life cycle of the asset. So that is something that we do. With regard to what type of a shade structure it is, really, we don't know. There are obviously many different kinds, as noted. We do have expertise within Tribute themselves that have built some, and I'm sure there are a multitude of different types of structures. We have some in a lot of the different parks. So can I tell you what a shade structure looks like? Not exactly. But what we could do is give options of the different shade structures that are out there. Similar to any type of asset.
Thank you.
So-
And I think in
You have additional comments?
yes, I do. Thank you. I think it's important to note that staff are more than capable of identifying the structure that would be ideal for the park that are being asked. So, respectfully.
I know you don't want me to talk, but I'd love to.
Well, I think we have the same concern that, again, we're looking at an amendment.
Put umbrellas in every park then for $200.
Yeah. I think we're looking at an amendment, again, that's saying that we're allocating a potential $200,000 to build shade structures in 2 parks. And I think what I've heard around this table is that those dollars could be utilized in multiple parks. And maybe, again, something that staff could come back with in the future for a capital budget project in 2027 potentially, to recognize that there is a need for shade in all of our parks, and that they could recommend maybe building, 10 by 10 gazebos in each of the parks or something, so that we could actually service more areas. So I think there's a lot more opportunities for that funding to go a long way to service our entire community. Councillor O'Leary, did you have a question with regards to the amendment?
I'm in, through the chair, I'm in agreement with you that basically you have to crawl before you walk. So why are we arguing about spending $200,000 that we don't have right now? Why don't we send it back to staff, have them investigate future costing for the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and let them come back and tell the new council what are the availabilities, and they can make a decision based on knowledge, not just guessing. Anyways, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we do have an amendment on the floor that we have to vote on first. So the amendment was to allocate $200,000 from the DC reserve to fund 2 shade structures at the 2 Colgan parks. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Any further comments? And that was moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Meadows. All in favor? And that is defeated. So we're back to the main motion to allocate the $831,000 to the project and for the tender to go through the process for tribute communities. Any further questions or comments with regards to that item? Now is moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks. And all those in favor? And that is carried. So we're at 14.6, which is Staff Report I&D 2026-021, the award for the Fire Site Framework Agreement. And I'll go to Mr. King for introduction to this, please. If you have any further introduction from your presentation, I'll leave it up to you as if you'd like to provide a synopsis or not.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship, to members of council and members of the public in attendance. Further to my earlier presentation, this staff report concerns the proposed award of the Fire Site Framework Agreement, or FFA, for the delivery of the township's grant-funded water and wastewater infrastructure projects. The FFA establishes the legal, governance, oversight, and accountability framework through which the township will administer and oversee these projects in partnership with Firesite. The agreement clearly defines the roles and responsibilities of each party, establishes key risk management and municipal protection measures, and outlines the administrative processes, funding and transfer mechanisms, and reporting requirements necessary to ensure transparency, accountability, and effective project delivery. This report provides council with an overview of the principal elements of the FFA, including the project background and justification, procurement analysis, project schedule, key negotiation outcomes, a section-by-section summary of the agreement, accountability and municipal oversight provisions, township control mechanisms, legal considerations, financial implications, and the complete framework agreement contained in Appendix 2. So staff are recommending the approval of the Fire Site Framework Agreement as presented. I can answer any questions you like. Your Worship.
Thank you. Before I go to council for any questions, I just wanted to provide my thanks to staff and to our legal team for putting this together. I'd seen an earlier draft of this, and to the finished draft here now, it's a change. And I think there's been a lot of effort that was put into drafting this framework agreement and then finalizing this framework agreement in the last couple of weeks. So I do want to thank staff for all their hard effort in doing this, and I would open the floor to questions from council if there's any questions or clarifications with regards to this framework agreement. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, Mr. King, thank you for this report. I've had a chance to review everything, and I'm pleased to see the progress that we've made, and I want to thank staff for the job that they've done in getting this project to this stage. I know this is a project that our municipality has been working on for many years, decades even, and it's good to see something coming to fruition, coming to completion. This specific agreement is just one piece of the puzzle, and there's a lot of work still to be done. I think this agreement ensures good planning, ensures that we can plan for the future of our municipality appropriately. And I think there's a lot more work to do in future agreements that are going to be coming forward. And I especially want to note, I mean, we just talked about the parks. In future agreements, I want to see a subdivision agreement that comes forward that captures community benefits for our residents. It's not enough just to have an agreement to build houses. We are not in the business of building houses. We are a community, and our job is to ensure that our community has amenities. We don't just want people and throw them into houses. We want to create amenities for our people. And those amenities are extremely important. We want to ensure community benefits, and I reiterate that again and again because that is a priority for me. And I hope that as we proceed in this process with the additional pieces of the puzzle to bring this project to fulfillment, that we are able to make decisions, come to agreements that capture those pieces to make the community not just livable. We want to be here and thrive. We want to make sure that the people that come here are able to live a good life. And that's our priority. And that should be our priority. And I think in the past we've had difficulties in getting to that point. So
Point of order.
I want to make sure.
Can we discuss this?
Sorry, is there a point of order being?
Point of order.
Are you calling a point of order? I don't think it's recognized.
Deputy Mayor Locke's point of order.
Well, I thought we were talking about the Farsight Framework Agreement.
I am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. If you can keep your comments to the framework agreement, please.
Thank you. You know, I understand that sometimes people have issues when you talk about community benefits. Unfortunately,
Okay,
that has to
Councillor
be.
Simpson, that is offside.
Yes.
Community benefits are part of the framework.
That's fine,
agreement.
but don't insinuate something to another member of council. So
Well,
if you'd like
he
to,
called a point of order.
I'll have the floor right now. Continue with your comments on the framework agreement.
Thank you. As I was saying, community benefits are very important. And we need to ensure that in future agreements, those community elements, community benefits are elements that are captured appropriately, and that we can have funding for shelters, sun shelters, if the need be. Whatever the community needs, we need to capture them. Please don't forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions with regards to this agreement? Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been through this agreement oh geez, it was given to us a few weeks back, and I've been going through this agreement. And I'm very concerned with this agreement going forward. I think we have a lot of work to do on this agreement. And if you'll allow me, I'll go through some of the statements I have here. Is that okay?
Just looking for clarification from yourself. Are you providing comments, or are you asking for?
No, I'm asking questions, and but I got several of them here, Your Worship.
Okay, that's fine.
Like I said,
do you want to ask all your questions at once and then have them answered? Or
well, I was going to ask whether you would allow me to, or
that's
whether
what I'm trying to get.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I'd like to go through them all if I could.
And then come back and answer them?
Yeah, and
or
then
do you
come
want to
back
go
and
in each one? I'm asking you, how many do you have?
I've got maybe 20.
Okay, let's answer them after each one then, because I think we'll lose track after that. Okay.
Okay.
So start with your first one.
Okay, the first one, page 494 of 633, page 2 of 72 on the report, the second paragraph. Will the taxpayers be reimbursed the $120,000 used by the municipal tax dollars to clear cut the Concession Road 6 and culvert replacement that was done on the first term of council? Yeah, page 494 of 633, or page 2 of 72 on the report. The second paragraph?
So that question can be, the staff won't have an answer for that. I'm suggesting that they don't have an answer for that right now, so that would be something that they'd have to get back to you on.
Okay, thank you. Page 494 of 633, fourth paragraph. So technically, other than the FAA, which one do you want?
Refer to the report.
You want to refer to the report? I'll refer to the report. He's got the report, and you got the agreement. So, okay, I'll just go by the report then, okay? Page 2 of 72. So, okay, the fourth paragraph. So what they're saying there is technically, other than the FAA, we have no approval or assurances for this development going forward with the developer. We have no development agreement. An EA assessment has to be done, and new water studies, etc., and a new master servicing plan, to name a few. So we're going ahead with this agreement with none of this stuff done. And I have a big issue with that, because a lot can change, especially when the reports that we are currently using are so old. And the technical data is.
Okay, so let's get an answer to that question. So again, I'm thinking you're talking about up to the 7,000 cubic meters.
The 7,000 plus the outflow location needs an EA Class 2 assessment that needs to be done to it. That hasn't been done. And I mentioned that a long time ago.
Sure. So I'll go to Graham on that, or to Tom, but that's to accommodate the 7,000 cubic meters, if I'm understanding that correct. We would have to do those studies. Mr. King?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Meadows. The studies, a lot of the studies are underway now. They've been, whenever they do the looking into the water system, the different, like the reservoir and all that, they're updating the reports now with information that's current than way back when. So
yeah, but my concern is we're signing a contract tonight with the developer for the West Everett development for 7,000 homes, and we're giving him permission that he's not going to pay for any hookup charges or hookup fees for the wastewater treatment, hookup fees for water or wastewater. So we're signing a contract with that developer before he's even laid out a plan or anything within this community.
Okay, so let's just go back to the question. I'm going to go to Mr. Kalamutu. So right now, I'm just putting some color on this if we can. Right now we have an EA and an MSP with regards to what's been approved by the ministry,
For 2016.
which is accommodating the first phase of Fireside development. The agreement is contemplating a build out to the 7,000 cubic meters per day, which would then require an EA and updates as required when we get to further states. So I think that's what I'm gathering from your
Yeah.
question. So Mr. Kalamutu, if you'd like to explain maybe the process between what we have now in place and what would have to go into effect for future growth.
Through your mayor, your worship, you are correct. Right now, we have an EA that gets us to 3627 cubic meters per day. We have an MSP that does the same. Anything that goes above and beyond the 3627 will need a new EA or an MSP. Again, the caveat to that is the province is looking at changing the rules with respect to EAs. So right now, the restriction on the flow of the plant is 3627 with respect to the EA and the MSP. Then the flow restricted through the ECA is actually 800 cubic meters. So that is all that can actually flow through the plant once it's built, unless there is an addition or approval from the MECP. So we are currently looking for we're looking forward to meeting with the MECP to get the ECA from the 800 to the 3627 to match the current EA and the current MSP. Again, like I said, anything above and beyond that would need a brand new MSP and EA. And with respect to the EA itself, that did include the outlet to the Pine River. So that was identified that through the EA that the outlet would be to the Pine River.
Through the current EA.
Correct, yes.
Perfect. Okay. Councillor Meadows, any follow-up to that question or?
I'm just saying, like, these studies are not updated. They're old studies that you're putting into play here. They're not updated studies. Mr. Kalamutu?
Chris?
Through the mayor. Yes, these studies date back many years, and they are absolutely updated. So, for example, the developer would do a hydrogeological assessment to see if they could pump as much water to get to build this many homes. So that would have been done, as an example, in 2012. As you can see up on our website that we do have, there's an updated studies. So for example, there's a hydrogeological study in 2020. And as we move forward, there's additional studies that will need to be done with respect to any planning reports, any engineering reports to just double check the previous assessments. So again, through the planning process and through the engineering process, although it's not necessarily a new EA, it's the information that feeds to the original EA to be updated. So like I said, as an example, one of the reports would have been in 2012, and for example, there's an updated one with hydrogeological assessment, say, in 2020. There's other ones in 2021. And as we move through the process, the developer would then have to prove again that it still meets the particular standards and that nothing has changed within the environment. Again, all of those original studies and all of the updated studies are up on the website for the public to see.
Okay. Page 494 of 633, page 2 or 72. Okay, 2 of 72. We have no compliance letters from the MECP with regards to the current system we have. High nitrate levels are typical with the septic system type wastewater treatment plant we have now, especially when it's around farming areas. I sat here, and so did quite a few other people, and they were saying that we've got all these letters and we're going to get fined with the MOE or MECP with regards to that. I wrote a letter to you, and you said staff did a search, however, as you can see by the link below, there's no official orders from the MECP regarding the New Horizons plant. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that plant right now, other than the high nitrate levels and the capacity levels. And if we could have expanded the capacity levels on that New Horizon plant for what we have today. The problem we have now is we can't do anything with this. We're going full force with this development. That's a 7-year build out, and we're not going to put any money into the wastewater treatment plant that we currently got. We're turning that into a pumping station for the new one. How much do you think that's going to cost when we only have 126 people hooked up to that wastewater treatment plant? And, you know, like, they're going to have to pay that cost for that wastewater treatment plant, because I'm sure Bob Chickadance isn't going to be paying. He doesn't want to pay for it. The cost has to be accrued from somewhere. I'm just wondering, do we know how much it's going to cost the people to operate that wastewater treatment plant, 126 people or less, for a duration of almost 7 years?
Okay, Councillor Meadows, you made a couple comments there, and I just wanted to clarify that I don't think anyone has said that we've ever received an order from the ministry. They've had made concerns multiple times to the municipality, and so has Aqua with regards to the operation of the plant. So I just wanted to put that on the record. The
point of clarification,
the decommissioning of the existing wastewater treatment plant is in the agreement. It's 2.1, almost $2.2 million, and those costs are being covered by the HUSIF 2 grant project. And the operations of the cost, I'll go to Chris on that one, but the operations at this time would be unknown as far as I'm concerned with regards to the operation of a new wastewater treatment plant, but it'd be similar to what we operate now. But I'll go to Mr. Kalamutu on that one.
On 126 people.
Through your worship, just a couple of things there. Yeah, we do get the quarterly reports from the MECP with regard to the nitrogen levels. And again, as noted, they are high. We have obviously been working with the MECP to note that we are devising a plan and putting a plan forward to decommission the current New Horizons plant, and they are more comfortable as we move through this particular process. So with regard to the fines, they have not yet provided those fines, but again, as engineers, and there's 3 of us sitting in this room here, it is a big worry, especially as an environmental engineer, and it is one of the bigger worries. And now that we have a plan, we have a solid plan, we have funding for that plan, and we will hopefully have somebody to execute that plan, it would make me feel a lot better. I'm sure as speaking with the MECP, they did feel better knowing that we are finally potentially, I guess, moving forward with this pending council. And so those continuous discussions have, I think, satiated the MECP for this time right now. Again, they can always change their mind and come back and actually provide the fines. But again, as you noted, we do have this plan. With regard to the cost, as we, within the agreement, how we have it stated out is that we collect the typical water and wastewater fees, whatever council decides those fees are every year, and we would collect those rates, the funding from those rates, and provide it to the developer. What the actual cost is, whether it be above that and beyond, that would be up for the developer to cover until assumption. And so with regard to that, maybe I can break it down a little bit more, but there's multiple stages within most projects, and especially this wastewater project, is that there is a commissioning where it starts running, and that commissioning will accept the New Horizons immediately. So those 106 homes. And potentially if there are other additional homes built by the developer, they could also be in there too. What the timing is, I'm not sure, but I do know that the first wastewater to flow will be those 106 at least. So the commissioning will happen with those, and then there's an acceptance. Once, if there's any bugs to be ironed out, then there's an acceptance. And then it's a minimum of 2 years after that, that all the bugs are worked out after you have some time. Obviously, as we move forward, the expectations are that more homes, more of the new homes get added into that system. And again, because we have those 2 years of that maintenance period, all the different bugs will be worked out with respect to increasing the flow. And our operator, whoever that may be, understands how to increase that flow, what the cost would be, when to order certain chemicals, when to adjust things, etc. So as it starts out, it will be a minimum of those 106 homes, potentially more, and as we move forward. So as we've always said, obviously the more people within the system, the less and less, more and more efficient it will be. So the unit costs will go down the more people that are on it. I'm hoping I explained for all the questions, or answered all those questions. If I missed something, please let me know.
Okay.
Councillor Meadows, next question.
Page 3 of 72, the 5th paragraph. Why put millions of dollars worth of infrastructure in the ground if you are not anticipating to hook up the homes that are on septic? Is this going to be like Colgan when past council put in millions of dollars of upgrades into the water system for a development that they did not use, or they did not pay to hook up into the system to pay down the current debt? So we're putting all this infrastructure into that's going to be sitting in the ground that the taxpayers are paying for. No, like taxpayers are paying for this.
Is that the question?
Taxpayers are paying for every single
All right,
dollar of this. $87 million.
I'll go to Mr. Kalamutu then for the question with regards to why we're adding in the additional capacity for the community of Everett.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just to note that, and as stated in Manager King's presentation, there are no tax dollars for the township to be put into the capital expense of this project. Now, again, as also stated in the presentation by Manager King, what we're actually doing is taking an equivalency of the flow of the existing residents. That is just to basically create an insurance for no money, for the no taxpayer money putting towards this capital project, to ensure that if for some reason there is a future need or a decision by future council to do something, or province, with as noted, provincial rules can change. So it is just basically an insurance. I'm insuring for all of those of us who drive. We do pay for our insurance, but we don't expect to get into an accident. It's just in case something unforeseen happens. If something unforeseen happens with what the residents want, with what future council wants, with what the province wants, there is no township dollars that has been spent to be able to potentially hook them up. If there is a decision by future council not to do that, there is ability, even within the agreement, that it can be used for other things. It could be additional growth. It could be if there's some catastrophe at the plant and there's some I&I. There is that flexibility and that cushion that we build for zero tax dollars that we will have for the future. It's just good planning, I think, as one of the councillors said earlier. It's just good planning. I wouldn't want to face a future resident and say that we have to now pay for them when we have the opportunity to get it for free. I hope that, again, answers that question.
Okay. Page 4 of 72, third paragraph. When was the second simulated capacity study done, by whom, and how much did it cost?
Mr. Kalamutu.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The assimilative capacity was the second assimilative capacity, I guess is the question, with respect to seeing if the Pine River can take up to 7,000 cubic meters a day, was done by Greenland. And I can't exactly call it finally complete, even though the engineers went over it. It still has to be approved, or I shouldn't say approved, it has to be reviewed and accepted by the MECP. So that is basically the next steps that will be happening in the next few weeks. But the engineers have finalized that that report for the assimilative capacity study, and to ensure that the Pine River could accept that flow. Again, with the assimilative capacity studies, there's obviously many restrictions. There's maximal allowables that the MECP has with respect to what could go in there. So we have to ensure that the plant can operate that way to ensure that it meets all those standards all the time, so it doesn't impact the health of the river. So all of those factors have to be into play with respect to the assimilative capacity study, and as the engineers design and build the actual treatment plant, that it will not exceed those particular variables that are within the assimilative capacity study.
And how much did it cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're still, as noted, we're still moving forward with getting acceptance from the MECP. However, it should be noted that per the agreement, the taxpayers don't pay for that second assimilative capacity study either. We have an agreement with the developers to pay for 100% of that.
Which developer? Because it's for the 7,000 cubic meters, so is it going to be West Everett that's going to be paying for that, or is it going to be Farsight that's going to be paying for that?
It is West Everett that will be paying for that.
West Everett?
Yes.
Okay. Page 18 of 72. Why is the study being done now when West Everett is still not received approval from the county, nor has the application been brought forward to this council?
Sorry, Chris. I was actually just looking at the page. So you're talking the first page of the agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time, because I was also scrolling down to that. So with respect to the timing of the assimilative capacity study, sorry, if you could repeat the question.
Why is this study being done now when the Everett West still hasn't received approval from the county, nor has the application been brought forward to this council?
And specifically, the study, you mean the assimilative capacity study?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So through you, Mr. Mayor, with any business, you want to make sure that you're able to do what you say you're going to do. So the restrictive nature of any development is the capacity of the receiving body. So with respect to the assimilative capacity study, it is basically the first thing that you do with respect to wastewater to ensure you can even build. Because if the assimilative capacity study indicated that there is much less flow that can go into the river without harming it, and it wouldn't be approved by the MECP if it did, it may not be feasible to move forward with the project, any project, really. Similar to what we do with really, on the water side, a hydrogeological test. They do the boreholes and the testing wells before you do the well. You want to do the testing well to ensure that there's enough water that you can provide to your residents based on the engineering standards before you build homes. As said before, we're not going to build a home that doesn't have water and wastewater, so therefore they need to prove that, and they need to prove that at the beginning of the process. The beginning of the wastewater process is the assimilative capacity study.
Supplemental. Well, there's already been hydrological studies that have been done on that subdivision. They've currently got enough for the Farsight development and the Barzo development with the new capacities that came forward. But when we start getting into Everett West, we don't have the capacity from all the information that I saw. So why would we go ahead with a study when we know we're going to have to either pipe in water for somewhere else, and we're given an agreement knowing that the water capacity study, the current water there, it just isn't there that's going to substantiate this size of development.
Mr. Calamity.
Thank you, through your worship. So again, the assimilative capacity study is wastewater, and the hydrogeological study, boreholes, are water. And so In most of Ontario, it is usually, the restriction is usually the wastewater, and that's why the assimilative capacity study is first. However, when saying that, as noted just now, the water study, which West Everett will have to do to ensure that they can produce enough water for their residents, will be done in the very short future, because that is the first step to understanding the water capacity. And so again, that risk is not ours with respect to that. That risk is on West Everett to determine if they have enough water. Again, with respect to the aquifers within Adjala-Tosorontio, we are blessed often with a large capacity within our underground reservoirs. So it is less of a risk. The higher risk, as just noted, is the wastewater, because our receiving body for the wastewater is much smaller. It's not a lake, it's a river. So therefore, that is the higher risk to understand what that is. And with the assimilative capacity study, now substantially complete, it proves that yes, they can move forward with 7,000 cubic meters. They will then, the next step is to prove how much capacity is is underground for a potential well.
Well, supplemental to that, I know we got problems coming up with Loretto, with some of the other developments with water issues. So I know there's people here, like Rosemont's another one. When we built those developments, yeah, the water was top notch. Now it's big problems with those water supplies. So be careful saying that we're blessed with water, because people that are on our systems will tell you differently, especially in some other areas, like in Hockley, when the tap is coming out, brown, like we have to be cognizant of the water. And right now, we got a lot of projects that are going on, and it concerns me that we're not going to have enough water for these developments that are coming forward.
Councillor Meadows, just before you go on, I'm just going to pass the chair to the Deputy Mayor for a few minutes.
Okay.
I'll take my leave and be back shortly.
Okay,
Next
thank
question, Councillor Meadows.
Thanks. I'm sorry, guys, but I spent 2 weekends going through this, or pretty much 2 weekends going through this. So we already did that one. They stated that this is a non-standard procurement policy, which means we're not going through the proper procedure for the township.
Excuse me, what page? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Page 19 of 72.
Thank you.
This is a non-standard procurement policy, which means we are not going through the proper procedure of the township. There will be no tenders. The work will be given to the developer, who will then possibly subcontract out. So the billing will be going from the township to the developer, then to the subcontractor. This is just hypothetical, because this is probably what's going to end up happening. I can't say for sure, but I'm just making my opinion here. It should be tendered. Why did it go through the tendering why didn't it go through the tendering process? We've known about this development for a long time. So I'm just wondering why it wasn't tendered out.
Mr. Kalamutu.
Through the chair, thank you. So the non-standard process is within the procurement policy. And so even though it's a non-standard procurement process, it still meets our procurement policy. So there's flexibility written in and approved by council through the procurement policy of how we're actually awarding this. For additional information, again, not being the procurement expert, I could hand it over to the treasurer if needed. With regard to the second questions, I think that was answered within, I believe it was either the presentation or I think it was the report, my apologies. Within the report, talking about the options that you just mentioned with respect to if the town were to take on this particular project instead of sole sourcing it to the developer. So if that was the case, the town, with a number of notes within the report, sorry, I'm just seeing if I could quote it directly here, or Mr. King could, but there could there would be costs associated with the expertise with regard to construction management, project management that we would then take on. And as it would be us, we would be responsible for at least 27% of those costs because the province would only cover the 73%. So we would then bear that cost. In this particular process, it is actually the developer who would be covering that cost, covering that risk. Sorry, maybe I should mention risk. Is if the township was to take that on, like I said, we would have to hire those people for that type of work. We would also have to work with the developer anyways and bring on our own design engineer because it is mostly designed. We would have to then take that back, get our designer to almost not quite start from scratch, but they would have to then peer review it and then move forward with that. So that again entails more cost of that 27%. With respect to timing, I think that was mentioned in the report itself also, is that we are also trying to hit the September 30th date with regard to award to meet the TPA and the province's requests. And specifically, that was the direction that I got from council, is to move ahead with the developer doing the project. So again, it's thinking about not the developer as a developer, but the developer as a contractor. And that's what we're really doing here. We're awarding a project to a contractor. It just so happens to be the developer, but because it is, the developer is putting in the additional funds so that there is no capital cost to the township. And again, they would benefit that the assets and the systems would be there when ready. So it is a kind of a win-win for us to do it this way. And but to be clear, it is part of the procurement policy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next question.
Page 26 of the report, 2.6. The township is responsible for 73% of the eligible costs of up to a total of $63,921,875. Let me ask you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the page, please?
Page 26, 2.6.
Page 9 of the agreement.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
Okay,
can you tell me the page?
What about
out of
518
this?
of 6?
Thank you.
518 of 633, page 26 of the report, 2.6. Okay.
The agreement, not the report.
Where the agreement?
Page 9 of the agreement.
Thank you. Thank you. So this refers to submitting the eligible costs that we receive through the province. That equates to approximately the 73%, up to the 63,921. So this states, and again, our lawyer is here to for any additional questions. But this basically states that as this project goes through, we are responsible for facilitating that money from the province through ourselves with the double checks to the developer. So that is the eligible costs noted that we would receive from the province. We would get that, and then we would be responsible for getting it, paying it to the developer. Again, as noted previously, there are the checks and balances moving forward with QA/QC, and there are a number of checks and balances that the province has laid upon us with respect to reporting, potential audits, etc. So we have to ensure that that is done before we then send the money.
Okay,
and it's also noted that we don't actually send the money to the developer unless we receive it from the province, and that's what that is talking to.
Okay, supplemental to that, what if the fund granting all of a sudden gets pulled, like in their contract? They can pull this grant funding whenever they want. The government, it's right in the contract. So what happens if they turn around and pull the funding and we're stuck now? We have to pay the $63 million because we signed this contract, because we're now responsible for 63. Could our lawyer tell us where's the safety net for the taxpayers on this contract?
Mr. Kalamutu?
Through your chair, I can ask our lawyer to come up and go by about, and what was discussed is how each of the parties could work out what the differences are and potentially walk away or sever the contract. So that is within the contract. But I think that it's best coming from Isaac with respect to explaining what that may look like.
Yeah, because when I went through the contract, I couldn't see any safety net for and I'd like some explanation on that.
Mr. Tang, could you elaborate on this, please?
The process is set out, but I'd like Mr. Tang to elaborate on it.
Good evening, members of council, and through the chair to Mr. or Councillor Meadows. And as stated by Mr. Kalamutu, the way that the process is laid out is no monies get paid out to the developer until the funds are received from the province. So if the province decides to pull the funding, then those funds never make their way over to Farsight. So that is the check and balance built out in this agreement. Because the concern for us from the very outset is what the responsibility of the township is, first and foremost. And the responsibility, and I hear the concerns about monies being passed on to the taxpayers. It's only whenever we receive from the province, we pay out to Farsight. There's also a whole audit review process that both the township and it's obligated to with the province is to ensure that the monies are being spent in an appropriate manner. That's why we have a payment certifier. It's built into the framework agreement. That's why there are reports that need to be provided by Farsight to the township on its request and at regular intervals as set out in Schedule B of the agreement. And so hopefully that answers your questions about the checks and balances.
Sorry. What I'm trying to get at is where's the safety net for the taxpayers? If we're starting to build this infrastructure, and there's provisions in there if the developer decides to pull out or whatever, he gets all his money back refunded to him. And I got it down. I got it down here a little further. I'll talk about it in a bit, but I just want to know where we're safeguarded as a community if we get this partially built. It says here that we're responsible. It says the township is responsible for the $63 million. If the government stops funding us, we're still, in this case, in this contract, we're still responsible for that $63 million.
Mr. Kalamutu, I believe you have some input.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So there are a number of things within the agreement, and thank you for the clarity. I thought you meant about disputes, and so that is Section 11. But there are a number of other checks and balances with regard to securities, with regard to what happens. And as Mr. Tang said, we don't provide any money to the developer until the province gives it to us. So there would be at no time any debt or costs with regard to the township. Now, with respect to if there is some catastrophe and it's half built and it cannot be moved forward by the developer, there are a number of securities that we use. So as an example, we have millions of dollars there with regard to New Horizons. So if that is the most high concern to the township, that could be at least replaced like for like with the money that we received. There's also, just like with any other project, there are securities, there's bonding, there's et cetera. So we would take that again, make and then close up and make safe the project. The addition that we actually have is if that does happen with respect to, say, the developer's developer's issue, we actually get the land that the wastewater treatment plant is on and the lands that any of the pipes would go in. And so, for example, there's an identification of Street C, which is where some of the piping would go. It would be the developer's gravity pipe, but it's also the force main outlet pipe that would get from the plant to the Pine River. So that is baked into this this agreement, that we would actually get that land if that kind of thing happens. So if there's a default by the developer, that is a safeguard, so that we could at some point, if council chooses, to actually continue on building the project, but we would already have the land to do that and whatever is partially built. So there's some additional checks and balances, and maybe Mr. Tang would can elaborate, but there is a dispute mechanism, there are securities, and there are the additional checks and balances with regard to the timing of the payments. So with all of those in place, the municipality would never be on the hook for anything. The worst that would happen is that we would replace New Horizons like for like if at the beginning of the project and there's nobody else to pick up the project afterwards. So that is the worst case scenario, is we would replace New Horizons like for like, and we would have the money to do so.
Supplemental.
Maybe Mr. Tank can elaborate if he has anything.
Thank you. I just have to interrupt for 1 second because we're going to be a minute away from 10 o'clock, so we will have to, I'm going to pass the chair back to...
You're doing a great job.
Back to the mayor, because he seemed to be falling asleep there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for chairing that section, and I wish you had maybe chaired it a bit longer, but that's fine.
Well, you can pass it back.
I was just enjoying having to sit back and hear the conversation. So yes, even though we are on this topic, I will entertain a motion just to make sure that we have that on the books, that the meeting continue past the hour of 10 p.m. So that's moved by Councillor Cox and seconded by Councillor Simpson. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so Mr. Tang, if you'd like to provide any more context to that safeguards for the municipality, if the funding was ever pulled from us or if the developer was in default.
Of course. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Meadows. So the first part of my answer was to answer what happens if the province pulls funding. As you can see from the way the payments are to be worded, no money gets to the developer until we get it first. So if the province funding gets pulled, then that's where it is. And there's a clause actually in the agreement which states that there's a responsibility on both parties to try to work it out. And it's to the interest of the public. It's to the best interest of the public. And so if there's one way that can't be happening, the parties have to work together to figure something out. The other thing is also, if they go in default, there's a whole provision, there's a whole section 10 that deals with an event of default that we built out.
I saw that.
We've also built out a whole section with insurance that's out in section 8. We built out indemnities. We've built out the securities that Mr. Callum, which you guys referred to, which are, in excess of $5 million. So I think with all of these checks and balances in place, in the unlikely event that things, go not the way they're supposed to, we've built in sufficient, in my opinion, mechanisms in the agreement to ensure that the township, and especially its taxpayers, are not held responsible. The first and foremost is, do we have money from the province, yes or no? And the second thing is, if there's an event of default by fire site, what are the options and availabilities open to the township? And there are many built into the agreement.
Yeah, well, going into that then, 522 of 633, it says, I know I'm jumping here, but it's part of this as well. It says, I asked who's going to be on the hook if the developer doesn't go through with the development, or he's going through delays all the time with the development. And item D states he gets a full refund with no penalties, so the taxpayers again are on the hook for these issues.
Can you direct me to
519.
519. Is there a section reference?
633. 519, and it's
Section 3,
developers' obligations.
Okay. So this would be a developer obligation. So I'm not seeing the section where the township would be responsible for anything. This is all the developer's obligations. There might be another reference.
Oh, sorry, that's my mistake, I'm sorry. That's 522, 522, section D. The developer is not proceeding with far site development in a timely manner, and all the requirements listed below have been met. The township may provide 90 days written notice to the developer that some of the Everett wastewater treatment plant allocations that has been provided to the developer under the terms of this agreement may be subject to reallocation to another development. If the township provides such notice, the developer's wastewater treatment reallocation of capacity will be subject to repayment of.
It's page
30 of 72.
Page 13, I believe you're in section 4D of the agreement.
The Everett wastewater treatment plant reallocation of capacity will be subject to repayment of the developer's proportionate share of 27% of the grant projects and any overruns or eligible costs paid by the developer. Such requirements shall be. And it states there that he'll get his money back, but what happens to us?
So the most important thing, and the operative word here in 4D is may. So it's up to the decision of the township. So in this case, if Farsight decides they're not going to proceed the development, it's at the option of the township to say, we will take your allocation with 90 days notice, and there's a number of conditions. We can't actually exercise that option until January 1st of 2032, and we can't exercise that option until for 2 years after the wastewater treatment plant is completed. Farsight doesn't pull a permit. So there's a number of things that need to be triggered, but the most important thing is there's no obligation in the township to do that. It's if the township wishes to take the allocation back, then there has to be a readjustment or refund of the monies that have been spent. And those costs would likely be passed on to whoever developer requires that allocation. So again, it's not an obligation of the township. That's an option built in to ensure that infrastructure isn't built and it won't be used if there's another option available where the developer says, I'm willing to pay the cost that Farsight has already put in the project. If a developer won't, don't exercise the option. There's no requirement for the township to pay anything back to Farsight.
Well, the problem I have with this is the fact that I've seen delays after delays after delays with this development. I mean, it would be great to have it to go forward, but not at the rate it's going. I mean, I see nothing but costs for the taxpayers with regards to this. I don't see anything for the township with regards to this. I really don't. This whole process, I don't see anything for the township. This is for the developer. It's got nothing to do with the, And
Okay.
I see this.
Councilor Meadows, can we proceed with your questions? You're getting into, again, to the commenting part of it, and I understand where you're going, but if you have questions that need to be answered.
I got a couple more here, so I'll go on, and we're almost done. Who is going to be on the hook for the developer? Okay, we did that one. Page 31 of 72, item I and item K, subject to section 4K, the township shall not charge sewer connection fees to West Everett for the allocation amount in section 4C4. Why are we putting an agreement forward that is financially unsustainable for this community with no subdivision agreements completed, EA assessments completed, no master servicing plan, no rezoning yet on any of the subject properties? So I'm just wondering why we are tying ourselves as a community to this West Everett development right now in this contract. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Okay. And I'd just like to know what the actual reasoning behind this is, because it's got nothing to do with this contract with Farsight, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so I'll go with Mr. Tang just to clarify his understanding with regards to the West Everett and cost sharing agreement that's been proposed, and then I'll go to Mr. Kalamutu to address the question as to the allocation.
Thank you. So through the chair to Councillor Meadows. So the important part actually to I is the first clause, which says subject to section 4.0K. So section 4.0K states that allocation granted to West Everett and the word is commutation of connection fees. So that's the agreement not to charge them for the connection fees, is subject to, first of all MECP and Planning Act approvals. Right now they have none. And so that needs to be met, threshold. We're not making a decision on that by council today. And the second thing is West Everett needs to provide a confirmation from the trustee of the cost sharing agreement. That's a cost sharing agreement that West Everett and Farsight are entering into to ensure that they share the cost for any upsizing of the pipe to the ultimate capacity, because Farsight won't build anything up to that ultimate capacity if there's not a buy-in from West Everett, who may benefit from that at the end of the day. So there's that obligation. They need to be in good standing with Farsight and the cost sharing agreement to ensure that they've paid their fair share of whatever that is. The township's not a part of that agreement. We frankly don't care what the allocation is between West Everett and Farsight. What we care about is making sure that those costs are paid so that this project can proceed. So that's the first thing, is that commutation only occurs if they're in good standing in the cost sharing agreement and they get all the approvals which they haven't even applied for. So that's a mechanism built in to recognize if those two things occur, then the township won't charge the fees. I'll answer the reason why the township won't charge the fees. It's because if the payment is being made for infrastructure under this agreement, there's no obligation then, or frankly not obligation, there's no legal entitlement for the township to then double dip and charge the developer for a fee for development charges for something that they've paid already. So that's the reason for the recognition. Again, it's subject to conditions, and it frankly is just a reflection of the township's legal authority to charge fees.
Okay, I got one final one here. 527 of 633, page 35 of 72, subject to 3F. Recognizing the investment the developer is making in infrastructure, the town shall not impose water or wastewater connection fees to the Farsight development. And again, as far as I'm concerned, it's financially unsustainable, and we're putting this forward. The taxpayers have flipped the bill on this whole project with the 63 million, 73%. I know you're saying it's grant funding, but it's not grant funding. It's provincial taxpayer dollars, okay? And everybody keeps forgetting that. They keep saying it's grant funding, oh, it's free money. It's not free money. It comes out of the taxpayers' pockets. And again, we should be spending it wisely. And as far as I'm concerned, all we're doing is paying for this development, and we're getting nothing in return. And we've got a $5 million debt on our water and wastewater right now that needs to be paid down, and we're giving away our water and wastewater connection fees for free. I'm sorry, I just can't agree with this Farsight development.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the commutation of rates is almost the same kind of echo than the comment that you've just made. We can't charge a developer for something he's paid for in the first place.
Exactly, and I'll also flag through the chair to Council Meadows. There's also a subject to section 3.0F, and that section 3.0F is actually what occurs if Farsight requires, for example, water before they've actually built out the water projects. In that circumstance, we are charging a fee. It's only when the infrastructure is built out at their cost that the township will not, again, in my view, double dip on the fee.
That's not what it says here.
That's
not what it says here. It says they shall not pay water fees, water connection fees and wastewater. In both cases, West Everett and Farsight. So it doesn't mention anything about their build-out costs. It mentions, like, we're putting in the 73% of the infrastructure. They're putting in 23. You know, I sit here and I talk, and I got people talking beside me, and I'm sorry. I'm just saying, it's very rude, and I
Councillor Meadows, you've asked several questions. They've been answered.
Anyway, I thank you, Your Worship. That's all the questions I have tonight, and you don't have to answer any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing no others. Thank you, Mr. Tang.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so there is a recommendation on the agenda that staff report IND 2026-021 dated August 12, 2026 regarding Firesite Framework Agreement be received, and that council approve the direct award of the wastewater treatment plant grant project to Firesite utilizing provincial funding of up to $63,921,875 with a contribution from Firesite in the amount of $23,642,337. Dollars in addition to all ineligible costs and any cost overruns. And that council authorized the township solicitor to make such stylistic and technical changes to the Firesite Framework Agreement as may be required to implement the grant projects. And that council consider the bylaw authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the Firesite Framework Agreement with Firesite Development Incorporated, Firesite Development Everett 2 Incorporated, and Firesite Construction Corporation, collectively known as the developer, to deliver the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund and Health and Safety Water System grant projects under the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson and Councillor Cox.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Sure, and my pen just died. Good thing I got lots. Before I go to the recorded vote, were there any final questions or comments from council on the motion? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, a request for recorded vote by Councillor Meadows, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
I believe Councillor O'Leary has left the meeting. Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 5 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-1.
I've not left the meeting. I'm still here.
Okay, if we could go back and take Councillor O'Leary's vote. Sorry, Councillor O'Leary, I know you did have a surgery recently, and I know we've had some technical difficulties with you tonight too. So, Madam Clerk, we'll go back to you and ask for a vote from you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries 6-1. Okay, so we're back to item 15, which is correspondence. And Councillor Meadows, you had wanted to just quickly discuss the 3 items with regards to the Conservation Authority and the, I guess I'll say the reorganization and the amalgamations of those organizations.
Yes, Your Worship. We as a township have put a lot of monies into the MVCA over the years, and I was just wondering if you could give us a bit of an update, like what's happening with the buildings and the cars and the vehicles and stuff like that. Are they all being amalgamated with this new venture that's coming down? Is the children's school still going to be operating? Can you give us just a little bit of information, because you're on the council and I know you would have all that information.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Meadows. So it is my understanding, of course, these 3 items with regards to the NVCA budget, timeline adjustments, and for their budget. So the NVCA is proposing a moved up or bumped up budget timeline to account for the amalgamation of the conservation authorities across Ontario in 2027. So the budget has been approved by the Board of Directors and will be circulated to the municipalities for inclusion within the 2027 budgets. At this time, the authorities have regulations on them, directions from the minister, in fact, that they cannot sell property, they cannot enter into agreements to purchase property, and so everything that is remaining with the authorities must stay within their confines until after such time where these amalgamations do occur. And then once those new boards are in place, which are going to be upper tier management on, so for example, the County of Simcoe will appoint to the Conservation Authority rather than local municipalities. So it'd be the upper tier that will be doing that. And then once those boards are in place, then they would have those discussions as to the changes with regards to conservation authorities. So it's my understanding the conservation authorities staff and complement will likely stay the same. There will be adjustments, of course, for CAOs and other provisions like that, but that the programming and the core mandate of the conservation authority will remain. It will just be under a new leadership. Yes. Are there any further questions with regards to those items? All right, so the motion to approve 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4, and for staff to action accordingly. Moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we're on to 16, which is bylaws. So the first is bylaw 2026-35. The bylaw 2030, I said 26 or did I say? Okay. That's what I thought I said too, so maybe I'll clarify that. Bylaw 2026-035 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 0357 as amended of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio for the lands legally described as part of Lot 30, Concession 6, Geographic Township of Adjala, designated as Part 1 on Plan 51R 32111 and Part 2 on Plan 51R 36399, municipally known as 7759 30 Side Road, Township of Adjala-Tosorontio, be enacted. A mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. Any questions on that bylaw? All those in favor? That is carried. 16.2 is bylaw 2026-036. That bylaw 2026-036 being a bylaw to establish and appoint a joint compliance audit committee be enacted. A mover, please. Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. And 16.3 is bylaw 2026-037 with the Fire Site Framework Agreement. The bylaw 2026-037 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a Fire Site Framework Agreement between Fire Site Developments, Everett Incorporated, Fire Site Developments, Everett 2 Incorporated, Fire Site Construction Corp., again collectively known as a developer, in the corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. And a mover, please.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Moved by Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Simpson. And Madam Clerk, a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 6-1. So we're on item 17 now, which is notices of motion. There is one notice of motion, and Councillor Borzos, I do apologize, but I normally read these motions, but if you wouldn't mind reading it tonight, I think I've done enough. If you don't mind reading it, please.
I can certainly try, and thank you for the opportunity. So, whereas a request has been made to commemorate the Barzo family's name in the newly developed Farside Barzo subdivision, and whereas for over 40 years, John and Maxine Barzo have operated their family farm on the site of the new subdivision, providing seasonal employment to many local residents, offering work and educational opportunities to students and adults alike. And whereas the Barzo family farm was the last operating tobacco farm in the Everett area, representing an important part of the township's agricultural heritage. And whereas naming a street after John Barzo would recognize the Barzo family's decades of dedication to agriculture, local employment, and the Everett community while preserving the history of the land as it enters a new chapter of development. And whereas the municipal subdivision Farside Barzo land requires the designation of new public thoroughfares. And whereas the request complies with the township's naming, renaming of corporate assets policy regarding duplication, prevention, pronunciation, and character limits, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to consult with the Barzo family for a potential street name for one of the new public roads located in the Farside Barzo development, and further that following the review by the local emergency services, police, fire, and paramedic services, the designation and confirmation of no wayfinding or dispatch conflicts exist, and further that at the appropriate time, township staff be directed to coordinate the fabrication and installation of standard municipal signage, update official GIS mapping databases, and notify relevant utility and postal authorities.
Thank you, sir.
So
and
I
that is
move.
moved by yourself. And do I have a second for that motion? Deputy Mayor Laux. Are there any questions with regards to this item? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is this not against our road naming policy that we have in place through the clerk?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. So under the Township Naming, Renaming of Corporate Assets policy, a request can either be made directly by the family or brought forward by council for consideration under the policy. In this case, the family directly has made a request to Councillor Borzos, who's brought it forward for council consideration. The policy does require to take into consideration the historical significance of the name prior to the naming, which has been outlined in the notice of motion this evening, as well as to confer with emergency services that it doesn't pose an issue, which is accounted for in the motion as well.
I thought we, supplemental, I thought we had something in our road naming policy that we weren't going to be naming people's names. That went through quite a while ago where we were just going to use other things other than people's names.
I should note, Councillor Meadows, there is a stipulation within the policy that the names of the individuals who are alive will only be considered under exceptional circumstances. That condition does not apply to this individual. This individual has passed, so the naming policy would apply to the name.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions with regards to this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And we're at item 18, which is new business, and there is no new business this evening. 19 is a confirmation bylaw. That bylaw 2026-038 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on August 12, 2026 be enacted. A mover, please. Councillor Borzos, and I'm going to second a motion tonight, so seconded by Mayor Anderson. Yes, right. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned at 10:26 p.m. Thank you, Council.